Alright, I think it's about time we get rid of these Tau kits. Here's with me, boys. I hope you enjoy it, Jay Palmer. Because it's really, really good. Not often I say that about my own stuff. But, you know. I'm ready. Let me guess. Please put up subtitles. Is that the feedback, Jay Palmer? That's the feedback, isn't it? I knew it! If the feedback is add a narrator, the answer is no. So here's the deal, Jay Palmer. Most people don't understand how time-consuming and costly it is to add subtitles. The vague, rough estimate for how long it takes to add subtitles to a single hour of story is close to 9-ish hours, 9 to 10 hours. So put this as absolutely bluntly as I possibly can. Subtitles are never getting added unless someone else volunteers to do so. Now, this is actually really funny because TSB has actually volunteered to add subtitles, and in fact did so this morning. Finished doing it. He's been working on it for the last, 2 weeks at this point. So, that's very helpful and very awesome. But, yeah, that's volunteer basis only. That it takes an inordinate... Most people, like I said, most people don't understand, because subtitles, you don't just, type in the script and you're good. The way subtitles work is there's timestamps, and it's timestamps for a range. So you have to decide where the beginning of a sentence is, where the end of a sentence is, and what text shows during that period. Now, the specific software can adjust how it rolls through those, making it look like one seamless chunk of text, but when you're actually coding it, you need 2 timestamps per line of text, right? And when I say line of text, I don't mean like this. I mean like how much is being said on camera at a given point in time. And generally speaking, those are done in intervals of about 6 to 10 seconds. So imagine setting up timestamps for a 2-hour video in every 10 seconds, and you kind of get the problem here. Hey, DJT. Hey, Venom. Let's go kill the Tau.
When the tide of war turned against the Tau, they faced attack in their stronghold in the city of Asharis, renamed Tashin by the aliens. The aliens were well entrenched, however, and ready to mount a vigorous defense. Shas Okais, the Tau military leader, made his headquarters in a mighty citadel in the city's center, forcing attackers to wend their way through the tight city streets, exposed to sniper fire and ambushes. Outlying bases in different quarters of the city supported his strategy, with Krut warriors and powerful armored units harassing attackers even further. The Tau's only strategic vulnerability was Unity Plaza, the city's main public space. A sophisticated communications tower there could potentially be used by an attacker to expose the stealth units positioned across the city. Okais knew, however, that his attacker's ultimate objective would be assassination, not conquest. Onel Shiorez, a member of the mysterious ethereal caste, led the Tau forces from the citadel in Tashin. Were he to die, Tau forces would crumble. But as long as the ethereal lived, the Tau would defend Tashin against all comers.
You know, I still don't know much about the Ethereals, other than the fact that they're the leading cast and remind me a lot of XCOM. Hello, Limlos. Hi, Warp Core. We're not technically early, we're just doing a longer shift schedule. We started it last week, so we're doing 9-hour shifts instead of 8. I'd do 10-hour instead of 9, but then I would take no lunch break, and that's probably not healthy.
Okais, are the troops ready?
Yes, Arnell. The Earth Cast is completing construction of the Montcar command post. Our armored units are ready to deliver the killing blow.
And our Krut allies?
Also ready, Onel. The Kayun command post in the city's crude quarter is prepared, and the Shapers have readied the finest of their warriors. Stealth teams are taking position across the city, ready to strike where the enemy is weak.
Just a random guard tank there.
Strike teams of fire warriors and crude packs will defend the streets and meet the enemy head on.
Excellent, Commander. Patch me through to the troops, please.
Soldiers of the Firecast, Groot and Vespid allies, today we stand as a bulwark against the selfish, the soulless, and the mad. Today, we must drive back our enemies from our city and from our world. Today, more than ever before, we fight for the greater good, and we will triumph!
Oh yeah, several times, J. Palmer.
Return to the graves that spawned you, monsters. Gladly, but first we must help you to yours.
Yeah, we don't mind, really. We got nothing going on. I mean, I used to live in Kansas. Tornadoes are kind of normal. But if you're talking, like, severe weather, like a hurricane or whatever, that isn't a tornado, then no. Good morning, Huthor. For the greater good! Here's a random question for anybody who cares to answer. Do you prefer the Tau being actually decent or horrifically evil? No reason, I'm just curious.
Looks like we're in.
Double thing going on. The Tau is who I'm currently killing, J. Palmer. Yeah, I admit I liked the idea of a good guy race being in the setting, and I've already mentioned that.
Report.
Montcar command post online, Shazo. Crisis suits ready for combat.
The Kayun post is safe in the crew quarter. We will defend it, Commander.
Excellent. Send strike teams at the enemy, but protect your positions.
Yeah, that's nice. Because we were talking about this with regards to Warhammer, how Warhammer has actually good factions, and that admittedly, honestly appeals to me. Like, I hate to just... Especially given my writing style, I hate to just be in favor of people who are legitimately good, because most of my writing style tends to be layers and shades of gray. But I do admittedly enjoy and appreciate the idea of just good guys. James Raynor, Mario, now you got me thinking. Trying to think of other settings that have just good people in them. But yeah, Silver Lining, it's the exact same reason why I tend to prefer it that every now and again there are some people who are just evil as well. Some people, it's contrast. Yeah, whatever you say, Matt Pat. It's contrast, right? So you have, I've talked about this with Dragon Age. The Darkspawn just being evil helps to add contrast for the other more nuanced characters that are in front of them. It's the same concept with good, too. It's a good way to flesh out the gray in the middle. If everything's gray, in my opinion, it actually tends to diminish your work a little bit, in most cases. Not all, obviously.
Strike teams, choose your targets and attack.
Shouldn't that not be an order you have to give? Alright, when you see the enemy, shoot them. Okay, boss. I was gonna go give him a big hug, but you know what? Okay, just for you, buddy. I suppose I shouldn't even say that. I'm gonna walk back that statement, because there's actually nothing wrong with a completely gray setting as long as the gradient of gray is sufficiently different. I guess my overall point is that I like the contrast sometimes. And Warhammer 40k is just a whole lot of blah. And so it would be nice to have like just one legitimately good group over there who are just like, leave us alone! Leave us alone! I mean, eventually the Tyranids are going to eat them anyways, right? So who cares? Just let us have this one thing. But it's okay. We will continue playing the Horrific Evils. Because that's secretly Huthor's faction. Yeah, that's a good way to put that, Mike Lamano. Thank you, Blade Taval. I'm going to jot that down later, so thank you for putting that in the comment, so I can have it in the log. I will eventually put that towards Dragon Age Block, Stranger Paradise, and ESO, which Pax and I have finally started playing. It's been an interesting experience so far. Very, very, very janky, although surprisingly good core content. We're still getting used to things like combat, which I know, you're like, that's like basic level stuff. Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I've been told, Uthor. Of course, I don't know. I know! Weird! An MMO that's janky. Who would have ever foreseen this? How accessible is it? I can't tell what I'm doing without mods. ESO is actually up for review, Warpcore. It's nowhere near funded because it's a big game. It's also got one of those Confusopoly things going for it, which really irritates me when any company pulls that. Maybe not. Confusopoly. The term was actually coined by Scott Adams. One of the few good things that man has added to the world. The idea is the company in question makes dealing with their service as deliberately confusing as possible so as to trick people who either don't have the time or don't want to put up with the frustration, or, let's put this as nicely as possible, are too stupid to figure out how to navigate their financial method. A lot of insurance companies use Confusopolies. A lot of subscription models use Confusopolies. It's funny because at the end of the day, ESO actually has a very simple system, but nothing tells you that anywhere. It's really, really simple. If you subscribe to ESO Plus, you have access to the majority of the content. That's it. That's it. But Pax and I had to actually go digging to find that information, and we got it from other players, not the game. Ping to you, Flag End. I do hope your day is going well. Because if it isn't... actually, right now, in the United States, there is a regulatory committee which is putting forth new regulation to limit exactly that. There's a term for it, I can't remember right now. It's like right to subscribe or right to unsubscribe or something like that. But it is something that's actually being pushed through right now. We'll see if it goes through or not, because that's always a question mark. But at least someone somewhere is trying to put it on the books. Then again, they tried to end DST, and that went nowhere too, for really dumb reasons. Let's get some basic defenses going here. Well, no, FOMO has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Life or not. Yeah, paperclipping continues to be one of the worst aspects of the United States political system, and that's saying something. I stand by it, though. Screw paperclipping. Not that the United States is the only government in the world that does paperclipping. It's just... good God. What do I mean by paperclipping? Ironically, Simpsons, like 30 years ago, did a near-perfect explanation of what paperclipping is. Hi, Hazardous. So, paperclipping, I'm just going to use the Simpsons example, okay? We have a bill to give orphans and starving children money so that they can live. Alright? At the last minute, I'd like to amend this bill to add this particular thing to the bill. Oh, okay, yeah. Anybody who wants to vote yes for the orphans and orphans get food and also pornography should be legal bill, please vote yes. Everyone votes no. Bill killed. Now that's one half of paperclipping. There's actually another form of paperclipping, which is actually worse. Here's how the other form of paperclipping works. So let's say that you have a bill, and at an uncomfortably long form, like well into the development process of that bill, and when it will actually be signed and then ratified into law, you can kind of literally paperclip another sheet of paper onto that bill. Why would you do that? Well, that then becomes part of your bill. Note that this is almost always done after the bill's actually been voted on. In fact, the same Simpsons episode used that to get a good bill across. Like, they were voting for some random thing, and they paperclipped the, Food for Orphans bill onto that other thing, and it was passed. Because, they were all voting for the other thing. So yeah, paperclipping can go directly to hell. There's a lot...
Engage the enemy!
There's a lot of abused and corrupt systems that at least have a point. Where the problem isn't the system, the problem is the people using it. Paperclipping is something I can't even understand the purpose in that. Or rather, what I mean by that is I can't see any good use for the concept of paperclipping. It's just bad. Well, yeah, we need to commit to the greater good. Obviously. For the greater good. I mean, that's... it's my answer to that, Uthor. That's just my answer to that. Peekaboo.
Fire all guns. Pick your target.
What you're saying, Huthor, is you're in favor of me just becoming a totalitarian dictator. Done. Okay, we're done. Okay, cool. Whew. That was rough. So, anyways, I should probably talk about the mission we're doing. By memory, this is the hardest mission of the Stronghold missions. Not the most irritating. The most irritating is the one I've already covered, which is the Chaos mission. Screw the Chaos Stronghold mission. That mission is just irritation incarnate. Actually, yes, Mike Yamano, believe it or not. That's getting into some nitty-gritty stuff. But yeah, I remember this mission being a nice, long, horrible slog. So we'll see how we go here. Damn it, Hazardous is trying to paperclip it. No! Stop him! I think the score's up to date, yes. I can't alt-tab really quick to check without killing everything, so I'm not going to do that.
Strike teams, choose your targets and attack.
Yeah, this should be fine back there. Worst comes to worst, I can just get. In fact, I was thinking about doing this anyways. I mean, in this setting, killing everything would probably be a net positive. Just Thanosing the setting out of existence is probably for the greater good, yes. That'll also kill the warp, or rather the Chaos Gods, by logical definition. So that's another benefit for doing that. Do you see how there's stealth guys are just harassing us regularly as we go through narrow corridors? Oh, okay. They're actually nowhere near as narrow as they were back in Winter Assault, but you get the idea. Yeah, and the warp's gone. There, the warp's gone too while we're at it. Boom. Done. Hello, Zack Taft. One and only one time when I was playing this game, I made the horrible mistake of doing this stronghold mission first. I've never repeated that particular thing. Sorry, Warp Core, you've been Thanos out of existence. Nothing personal. Listen, all I'm saying is that Thanosing the warp out of existence is a good thing. Any questions? Oh, I got shreked, Jay Palmer. As we've already showcased, losing a battle doesn't mean losing the war, so it's not the end of the world. But, man... Don't do it, Mike Kamano. Those trains, they're plotting something.
Fire all guns!
Trains are very cool. My sister recently introduced me to a mobile game which has trains in it. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I guess I can just look. Ah. Hang on, what was this thing called? It's an okay game. Which I know isn't a stellar thing, but whatever. Pocket Trains, that's it. It's an okay game. Which just honestly puts it ahead of the pack when it comes to mobile games, so... What do you want from me? Go kill this, please. Well, I'll give you a hint. You set up train lines, and then you run them. I know. Shocking. We cannot. Go and get this going. Just
Team leaders, engage the enemy!
I don't think I've ever played Thrillville, though. Yeah, that thing takes a long time to repair. Well, no, Mike Kamano, you're set in Europe, and you try to haul cargo to and fro, and you get paid for the cargo, and you use the payments to upgrade your trains, and, you know, stuff like that. Look, it's been a long train getting from there to here. I don't know what that is, but I will assume the answer to that is yes, microphone. Perfect, Tacitus. I will freaking kill you, Luthor. I just want you to know that. Cause I got rails of the heart. And I'd watch that. Wouldn't listen to it. Rather die. Let's just get these set up. See what I'm doing anyways. Is my fourth one out yet? Nope. Oh, I wouldn't know about Facebook games. I avoided those like the plague. Because, and I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, Facebook games are a plague. No offense to anybody who plays Facebook games. But, you know. You are pure evil. Alright, so. leave you on reserve for now. He had a King of Thrones. I mean, since the score doesn't go above that, I'm not sure you can beat that Zaktak. Listen, all I'm saying is that people who play Facebook games are the devil. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not insulting. That was weird. Okay, then. Well, we're just going to pretend that didn't happen.
Time to feed, little ones.
Well, either way, Facebook can go die in a fire. I actually mean that one. I'm not joking when I say that. Screw Facebook. Not the only company I could say that about. Oh, jeez, we're getting dragged into a fight. You back off, back off. Want some scare up, back off. I think the Covenant would be a minor local power in the Star Wars verse. That's about as far as I could go with that. Back off, back off, back off, back off. A lore book. No, that's just... Oh, Jesus Christ. No, no. Get up here. Killing these tanks. Christ, this is a killing field. You see what I mean about this mission? I need you. Okay.
The Necrons have made it to Unity Plaza. Drive them back before they disrupt communications.
Yeah, we are charging entrenched Tau and everything that that means. Imagine if we didn't have the ability to reveal stealth units on our hero, because I don't have to imagine that. They have so many tanks. Oh my god. Why are there so many tanks? Don't answer that question. How you doing down here? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. The most recent RTS I've played. Dawn of War! Oh, you mean... Okay, hang on. There's an RTS called Ashes of the Singularity, and there's one called Grey Goo. I don't know which one of those came out more recently, but it's one of those. Oh, I didn't grab the orb. Where's the orb? Where's the orb? Use the orb. Oh, who's over here? Well, shoot. Whatever. There you go. Ashes of the Singularity would be the most recent one I've played then. It was subpar, is how I would call it. Like, to call it a bad game is extremely inaccurate. But it was definitely just, it was there. Which I know isn't exactly a ringing endorsement, but you know what I mean. There's nothing wrong with it. And if you just want to play a modern RTS, well, there you go. Oh, no, I didn't.
For the greater good!
Well, let's see if there's any flickering, Sakage. Alright, so. The flicker returns. I think this is bad. We're going to have a discussion about how many negatives we're giving Dawn of War 2 before we even started. Oh no, it's nowhere near as bad as CNC4. Holy crap. That's sort of my overall point. Like, I started negatively and I had to pull that back because the negativity was more the absence of positivity, and I need to phrase that correctly. It is an RTS, a competent RTS, nothing wrong with it. Grey Goo is almost the same thing while I'm on the subject. Didn't really catch me, but nothing wrong with it. Hold back. I should mention I didn't finish either game. Does Dawn of War 2 have worse flicking? We'll get there. So you're trying to introduce a friend to the Clone Wars show, and you're going to be skipping over the best bits. Unnecessary would I say the TV movie is? Not at all. I legitimately feel like the TV movie of Clone Wars
They're in the quarter. The Kion command post is gone.
actually detracts
Surrender to despair. We have many forces left yet.
from not only the show as a whole, but, like you say, specifically the Anakin and Ahsoka dynamic. The only thing I could say positively about it, as far as, getting the arc in there, is it shows how far Ahsoka grows, right? Because she is a punk kid in that movie. Like, she is an irritant in that movie. Did you? You did. Hey, Darkrai. No, not Banjo-Kazooie. Anything but Banjo-Kazooie. I'm joking, it wasn't that bad. Frustrating as hell, and I'll never play it again, but not that bad of a game. Yeah, that movie, I mean, you could tell they were just... How do I explain this? To use my own terminology, the Clone Wars movie was a first game. They were testing new technology and new methods of producing that kind of a CGI show, movie, you know what I mean, non-interactive medium. And they were trying to figure out how to make that work at all. Like, you ever do yourself a favor, anybody who cares, Google Clone Wars Season 1 versus Season 7, because the contrast is stark. Like, they figured out what they were doing really well, and I'm glad. One thing I will always give Lucas and Lucasfilm, as a consequence, the credit for, is they've always been, he and they have always been very interested in pushing forward the technology of filmmaking. And honestly, I actually personally point to the Clone Wars as one of the biggest reasons why CGI shows became not only not just popular, but feasible. That the knowledge and resources and tech and specialists became a thing to make that a regular thing, because nowadays it's a semi-normality. In some ways it's cheaper and easier to do than traditional animation, even. Good morning, Larson. True, Legend, very true. But yeah, no, I think you can skip the movie. Regardless of the quality of the movie, I don't think it adds anything that isn't already dealt with in the course of the show. Like, it's the TNG question, right? Do you really miss anything out by skipping a season 1 of TNG? Not really, no. You could still watch it. That's your choice, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you just skip straight to... If you just skip straight to Season 3, you still pretty much have an idea of what's going on. With the characters, and with the setting, and so forth and so on.
targeting the array to disrupt your stealth fields. Fall back.
From the first 2 episodes,
Team leaders, engage the enemy.
sorry, from the first 2 seasons of TNG, there are several individual episodes I think are super worth watching, yes. I don't have a list in front of me, but off the complete top of my head, obviously Measure of a Man speaks for itself. And I don't think they can pull this. They might. They're engaged. We'll pull back. Go back. So there's Measure of a Man, Q-Who, yep, that's also season 2. And there's several good Pulaski episodes, weirdly enough. I mean, you can watch Encounter at Farpoint. It's debatable how useful or necessary that is, but it's not the worst, and it's only half of a bad episode, which I know isn't exactly a ringing endorsement, but, you know, here we are. Skin of Evil, I'll agree with Skin of Evil. The only reason I would there's 2 reasons, actually, I would hesitate on Conspiracy. First of all, Conspiracy is gross, and I'm not saying that as an insult, I'm saying that as not everyone can tolerate that. Like, for example, my niece wanted to start watching TNG, we'd skip Conspiracy, because I know she wouldn't like that, right? So that's her individuals. The other problem with Conspiracy is it might make the viewer think, oh, hey, this is going to come back later, and it never does. Until STO, obviously. Can the thing not see them? Are they just invisible? Really? Hang on. This is ridiculous. Why not, Zekta? Yeah. The one time Star Trek tried to connect the strings. Naked Now doesn't need to exist. Code of Honor. Like, a lot of the literal first episodes are honestly the worst of Season 1. I've said this before. Season 1 isn't that bad. Except for, like, the first 4 episodes. Because, like, back to back, you've got Code of Honor, Naked Now, and Justice right at the beginning. And it's just, whoa! Okay. That's a thing. But once you get past that hump of awful, Season 1 evens out quite a bit. I wouldn't still call it good. But, you know. Does anyone play this game online? Honestly, I have no idea. I'm sure someone somewhere does. However, they probably play Soulstorm, because Soulstorm is the one that has the modding scene. If I were to guess on the matter. Okay, other episodes from Season 1 and Season 2. I feel like there are others, and I'm just not thinking of them. What, you don't like Hitler's Sex Planet, Blue Wolf Alex? That episode was so bad. Not that I'm saying I agree with you, Blue Wolf Alex. I actually don't. But I will say that as a kid, Justice bothered me more than Code of Honor. For the dumbest possible reason, but it's still true. Oh, it's because I don't actually have the point, that's why. As a kid, Justice bothered me because of the code of justice that they had. Like, it actively irritated me. The format. It was so unfair that it bothered me.
Choose your targets and attack.
Ah, that would make sense. That would also explain why they're literally just, you know, the Space Marines, but worse. Okay, whatever. Back off, back off, back off. We're killing the Tau. I know several people who like Wesley. I look forward to the challenge of writing Wesley in the Star Trek rewrite. Because we're keeping Wesley. If we're keeping Neelix, we're keeping Wesley. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Oh, that's some range. Oh, that's why. Also, I've honestly always thought the Wesley hate was overblown. But don't mistake me, Wesley is terrible in several individual episodes of Season 1. And then he gets fine after that point, like just almost immediately. So. We done here yet? Nope, still making it. That's why I said it like that, Uthor. If we're including Neelix, we're including Wesley. There. Alright, let's sweep west, shall we? What do we got? What do we got? What's our terrain? We want to go...
Strike teams Delta and Gamma, go! And
what the
good
AS is.
hunting.
This way. Okay. Neelix doesn't really grow in the strictest sense of the word, no.
Looks like we're in for
It'd be more accurate to say that Neelix has individual episodes of awesome, and then goes back to being a terrible character, and then goes back to being a good character, and then goes back to being a terrible character. He just bounces all over the place depending on the writer. That's pretty much exactly what it is. A very common problem in Voyager. I would also just like to say that I think at least part of the reason I don't hate Neelix as much as most people do is because of Ethan Phillips. Ethan Phillips is legit. Exactly, Narson. I also liked him quite unironically in STO. Although that's not saying much. I like most of the characters in STO. I mean, if you think about it, of course we're keeping Neelix in the rewrite. He's the local. The benefit and value of having a local in that situation is hard to overestimate. Right? I mean, think about it. Exactly what I remember it being. Low, grinding slog. Thank God we're playing the Necrons. Yeah, Voyager abandoned him as the local by, like, Season 3. He became the everyman instead. I've never heard confirmation of this, but I've suspected for many years that they saw how popular Quark was and just wanted to ape that. You know, without understanding what made Quark good. But that's pure speculation. I have no information about that whatsoever. Oh yeah, I kept meaning to do that. I kept forgetting to. Nope, look, wrong thing. Good morning, Justin. So, Justin... nah, I was about to say just in case. And I realized that sounds weird immediately after saying Justin. Anyways. Let's slog our way through this mess. Why don't we go ahead and move forward? I think we've dealt with most of the attacking forces, so we're going to be pushed here. really taking it on the teeth here. Look at this. I'm one of those weirdos who thinks 7 of 9 should have stayed in the Borg outfit for longer. Not for the sexy reason. It's because of the fact that I think that her slowly leaving the suit, leaving the Borg, and getting rid of it piece by piece should have been a character arc for her. They could have, you know, made that a recurring element of her. It's like, okay, we've decided to get rid of this other implant, or we're comfortable enough removing this one, and blah, 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 blah. Why do I think the Doctor is better written than the rest of the crew? So, a lot of what the Doctor did was ad-libbed. End statement. That's kind of the answer right there. I will always give Brennan Braga credit for the mobility, mobile emitter. That was directly his idea.
The Montcar command post has
It
fallen.
was a great idea.
Take heart, fire warriors. The greater good shall prevail.
You know, I'm not sure I believe you, buddy. One last slog. We're going to have to decide what our equivalent of the mobile emitter is. Because I agree with the overall idea of giving him that sort of mobility. I think at least part of it, too, is because a lot of the... So, Voyager Season 1 was TNG Season 8. I've talked about this many times. No, he's not a hologram, Darkrai, so that's the problem. And the significance of that is it was the same team, same writers, same directors, same producers, just the same crew. All they did was change around the cast and the sets, and they didn't even change all the sets. Now, that's not necessarily a dig, but it does mean that early Voyager suffered very heavily from just being TNG again, for a lot of people who were very, very burnt out on writing TNG. And it's one of the reasons Voyager kind of stumbled at the starting line, in my opinion. Relevance. A lot of those people were very used to writing for Data. So it's entirely possible that those writers and producers and all that fun stuff just kind of were like, Robert Picardo, play Data. And he was like, okay, I can do that. Well, I agree, Glow Alex. Like I said, it's a problem that will have to be solved at some point. Oh my god, really?
Team leaders, engage the enemy.
Congratulations. You got my attention. I mean, I liked Robert Picardo in Justified. Which I don't mean that to say that like it's an insult. What I mean by that is Robert Picardo's good in everything. That's what I mean by that. Hi, TSP. Let's start poking their inner defenses, shall we? Poor Tau. He was an interesting character in Stargate. Not the sort of thing you'd expect, but they did some good stuff with it. Yeah, there's this one scene in Voyager I still remember, because it was actually kind of brilliant. It's a scene where there's a crewman who's talking to the Doctor and Kes, and by that I mean he is facing Kes, talking to Kes, and the Doctor will say something, and he will turn to Kes and ask a question about what the Doctor just asked. And it's pretty much perfect, because it gets across perfectly the fact that they literally just see the Doctor as Hypospray. And he's not a person at all. Now, I don't want to get into the philosophy of that. I'm just saying it was a perfect way to encapsulate the Doctor's arc in, like, one scene. And that was pretty early on, too. As I say, a lot of people treat droids the same way over in Star Wars. Peekaboo. There's dead under your feet.
Engage the enemy. Commander, the Necrons have found Onel.
Fire warriors, beat these horrors back. Protect Onel at all costs.
These creatures have no souls at all.
Yeah. As if that's ever stopped me. Hi, Ryman. Now, well, I appreciate your donation a great deal. I wish you'd put it in the comment what you want to put that towards. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this for a minute to make sure that the game doesn't flicker and say thank you very, very much for a full year of support. I do always appreciate. Muchly. And welcome to the Year Club. Now, if you know what you want to put that anniversary sub to, I can try to very, very quickly Alt-Tab and jot it down and hopefully not crash the game. Keep 2%, I didn't know that. I can save in the middle of the mission. But loading in the middle of a mission has some bugginess to it, too. So I do try to avoid that whenever possible. Oh yeah, no, that, on hard, we would have just wiped, and we'd be spending about a half an hour rebuilding our forces and then charging again.
Team Theta, attack! Cut them down!
You know, that's an interesting point. I don't think we've given a negative for the fact that there's a bug associated with loading a game. That's an interesting point.
Missiles locking on.
Favorite weakness for a faction in RTS? Gosh, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you this right now. We're not doing the Doctor and Kes in the rerun. The Doctor in 7... it's a little harder than it sounds. Perfect. Can someone do me a favor and put Ryman's sub towards KOTOR 2 in the question queue, please, so I can write it down later? Please and thank you. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Dead Rise. I mean, the Necrons are probably going to just win everything. It's the Necrons of the Tyranids. We all know this.
dead. We cannot win.
Fall back, now! All forces, fall back. Evacuate the city.
I like all the vertical blood splatters that keep happening.
We will return, Arnell, to Tau for burial. There is nothing left for us here.
You mean, like, the homes? This is your planet. These are your cities. No? Okay. Well, they just bailed on the planet because one guy
The
died.
young Tau Empire and the ancient evil of the Necrons. Antediluvian determination won out over youthful exuberance. For all the tactical skill of Commander Okais, the Necron wave was unstoppable, and they purged Asharis just as they had all other regions before it. The retreat of the Tau forces left the remaining civilian population of Asharis unprotected from the Necron purge. Once their cold-blooded slaughter completed, however, the Necrons simply abandoned the city and its surrounding communities to the ages. Automated vid systems still broadcast images from the desolate streets. The bleached bones of Tau, Kroot, and humans lying still in the ash-strewn streets.
Alright. Grab a save now that we've gone through that slogfest. And now we got a couple other slogfests. I'm just joking. We do have 2 more. We're gonna do Space Marines next. Oh, no we're not. We're gonna go over here. And then we're gonna end our turn. And we're gonna get attacked. Again. Oh yeah, the Necrons are totally a base Delta Zero situation. But if we're being honest, so's most things in this setting. So that's kind of whatever. This map. Really like attacking this map. Over here. They always are. Guys, I'll take you with me. Upgrade to them really quick while we're at it. And just for fun. So in answer to your question, Crazy Norse, I think that, and this is a weird thing to comment on, but I think that the droids' sentience and thought capacities are an example of underthought. I don't think anybody in terms of the writing staff has ever really thought about why droids are droids instead of robots. Now, I could think of an answer for that. It's actually really easy. First you have to say good morning to Sean. Good morning, Sean. Who? Zach Taft? I can think of an answer to that. It's actually really simple, because it boils down to we want them to be intelligent enough to interpret orders, but we don't want to deal with people, so we make them, sentient and sapient, intelligent beings, so that they can interpret orders, and then we just mind wipe them periodically. The problem with that is that is straight up slavery. It's actually arguably worse than slavery. And so there really should be the kind of thing where that's acknowledged in-universe, which, once again, is underthought. It's okay. The Galactic Empire will be very pro-droid sentient rights when it comes to the Star Wars rewrite. Probably. 2 more. Honestly, Takoid is correct. Why do they keep making Reploids despite all the problems associated with that? Dot. question, Jay Palmer. The show would have you believe it happened instantly. I don't buy that, of course. This is going to sound strange, but because the timeline of TNG is strange, but I would say Data didn't actually gain sentience until he was already in Starfleet. That would be my take on that. Now, the reason that's strange is because that means they allowed a non-sentient sapient being into Starfleet. But based on what we learn later on and all of his experiences and all of this stuff... oh, it's not. There we go. That he goes through, that is most likely the prerequisite for what droid effect actually is. You know, the requisite experiences and external communications and time in order to actually develop into that. Now, that of course just means he was effectively a baby before that, but shrug. Having said that, the show makes it pretty clear that what they wanted is for him to actually be a non-sentient sapient as of the very beginning of TNG Encounter at Farpoint. Remember that scene where he just stands up in the middle of the bridge and turns and explains who he is to his captain? God, that episode. That freaking episode. Anyways. Okay, let's wipe the Space Marines off the face of the map. We're going to have to rebuild a lot, because we lost a lot in that Tau battle. That was just bloody. Okay. Since we can afford it.
The Space Marines of the Blood Ravens chapter were well entrenched in their castellum in North Vandia when they finally faced an all-out attack. Utterly unwilling to surrender or retreat any further, the Blood Ravens prepared a mighty defense against the coming assault. Among those defending the keep were Space Marines drawn from the chapter's hallowed First Company. These were the hardened veterans of many crusades, each man ready and able to face down whole squads of enemy attackers. The Blood Ravens on the ground would be further bolstered by fresh troops arriving from the battle barge Litania Fury in orbit around the planet. Only two factors made the Blood Ravens at all assailable in their stronghold. Most critically, the fortress was unable to receive reinforcements directly from orbit. Captain Thule thus had to establish a forward base to receive drop pods and landing craft. Although well defended, this base could be taken. Secondly, the Space Marines had established their base near ancient ruins, which the Ravens claimed held relics of great importance to the chapter. Unwilling to desecrate the space by fortifying it, Thule opened the door to an enemy claiming the area and thus dealing a powerful blow to the normally unbreakable Space Marine morale. The Battle of North Vandia would be one of the bloodiest of the entire war.
The enemy is at our doorstep and thinks he can push us off this world. He is already gloating. He can taste his victory. But what he fails to see is that we will make this his last meal. The Chief Librarian has ordered the purge of this world to protect our chapter's secrets. Are we to retreat with our duty unfulfilled? Are we to let a black mark stain the banner of the Blood Ravens? I say that we will not. I say our enemies will regret the day they ever decided to face us in battle. Our battle barge orbits overhead and will rain the Emperor's holy fury upon our opponents. More of our brothers will come to join the fight. But as ever, our enemy outnumbers us. Each of you must be an army in your own right. Veterans of the First Company, the finest of the entire chapter, stand with us. Let their valor guide your fire into the enemy's heart. Remember that we are Blood Ravens, brothers. We have all sworn to protect fonts of hidden knowledge. Each one of us must fall before handing this word to the enemy. The Emperor is with us. The unknown Primarch is with us. They have come for our blood, but they will drown in their own.
But we're Necrons. We don't... Okay.
Death has come for you, Space Marine.
We are the Emperor's finest. We will not fall to you, alien.
Your end is inevitable. Submit and spare yourselves the pain of living.
Well, we're going to see the guard speech pretty soon, hopefully. And by that I mean probably in about 40 minutes. I don't remember how long this mission is, but we're probably going to be here a minute.
Strike at the enemy now!
Ask a very stupid question here. What's a milksop? I'm unfamiliar with the terminology, apparently. Ah, okay. I understand whippersnapper. Never heard of Yellowmouth. Bombarded periodically. Probably from that. You'll kill that. Actually, stop. You. Go kill that. I mean, probably Logue. I mean, wouldn't you? The Romulans, meanwhile, be like, what are the Federation hiding over there? We should go poke at it. Poke, 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 poke. And the Romulans would be like, aha! They're green. That must mean they're good. Excellent. And death. Yeah, let's combine this with Borg tech. Maybe? No? Oh, jeez.
Reinforcements have arrived! To battle, Blood Ravens!
Okay.
For the Emperor!
The Klingons would the Klingon Empire probably wouldn't. I could see individual Klingons doing it. Meanwhile, Hakeem is like, aha! I'm a dumb! And that's just all he says. It's the full totality of his speech. Stupidity! Thy name is Hakeem. The Ferengi would be like, yeah, can we sell it? Let's just sell the rights to it to someone else. Good idea. And that would be the Ferengi response. I'm right. My math is right. Yeah. Who knew we would ever surpass Akiv? And here we are. I mean, probably not, Luke. I mean, even the Federation would probably be like, I wonder what's down there. We should explore it in the name of exploration. Because we're humans and we never stop exploring. No matter the cost. But, sir, those are Necrons. I don't know what a Necron is. But I know that it can't stand against the might of the Federation. And
destroy them!
I do have Honor Guard Scarabs, yes. I don't see a problem with that. But yeah, I've decided to just kind of slow mode this a little bit here. We're gonna be nice and thorough. I mean, if you think about it, if you had to relate the Federation of Planets to one faction in Warhammer 40k, it'd probably be the Adeptus Mechanicus. You know, everyone in chat's like, no, they're the Tau! Well, okay. Can't argue that. Who would win, the Borg or the Necrons? I mean... I'm gonna make it part of my religion to never answer a versus question again. At least one that involves 40k. I did need more nightmare fuel in my life. That's a good question. I'm not sure if the Adeptus Mechanicus would like be like, oh man, the Borg are super cool, or ugh, these guys are dumb. And it would probably be one of the two. I don't know which though. Come on. Game. Game. The name of that religion is no 40k questions ever again. That's actually the name of the religion. Just be putting it on the tin right there. What do you mean, J. Palmer? Sure, Flagant. I mean, I won't be able to see it, but other people can. So. That's nice. Oh, occasionally the game lags on input, if that's what you're asking. It's really frustrating. You may or may not have seen me get frustrated very briefly every now and again when I'm trying to give an attack order, and the game's just like, no. No, no, don't go that way, go the other way. No.
Feel the power of the Emperor's mailed fist!
Okay, I get what you mean by that, but mailed fist? Really? Unless he meant nailed fist, that's a little different. Oh, for God's sakes. That's another thing that's imprecise. Ironically, just grabbing a group of units, because if you're holding down Shift to add them to a unit group, but Shift also removes from a unit group. So like say I've got this group here and I'm like, oh, I want to add these people and then these people, but you notice I actually lost people when I did that.
Close ranks and attack!
Just slowly wash over them. Take your time. It's no rush. Please hurry up.
Feel the power of the Emperor's mailed fist!
Here it is again. They're mailed. Interesting. I didn't even know about that one, Scion. Yeah, rebellions are kind of boring at this point in history anyways, so... Good to get that out of the way. Hey, the AI rebelled. Okay. Did they make Mass Effect 3? Nope. Okay, we're cool. Well, obviously DS9 is best. That's not true. DS9 and TNG's endings are actually completely tied for me, and the reason why is because both of them are great, but both of them also
Blood Ravens will not fall to one such as you.
have elements of them that kind of suck. TNG's ending has several very severe logical loopholes, even central to its core plot, and DS9 has the frickin' fire caves and everything related to that. DS9's ending also wraps up way too quickly. But both of them are still great episodes. After that, we'll probably go with... Oh god, all the others are bad. I guess Endgame would be the least bad. I do remember that, Scion. Interesting. So the least bad would be Endgame from Voyager, which is a bad episode. Then there's These Are the Voyages over on Enterprise, which is a lamentation. And then there's TOS's ending, which is one of the worst episodes in all of Star Trek, which is Turnabout Intruder. Yeah. Having said that, that is true. I do always consider the TOS movies to be their own thing, because they kind of are. So, I'm actually going to rewind that a little bit. So I'm going to put Star Trek 6 on the very top of the list. Because Star Trek 6 is an amazing movie. Still has problems. Still has a couple of logical loopholes and a couple issues here and there. But it is still a fantastic movie. So, Undiscovered Country, and then Tide is All Good Things and What You Leave Behind. And then Endgame, then These Are the Voyages, and then at the freaking bottom, Turnabout Intruder. I got angry at Turnabout Intruder. Not like play angry, not I lose my temper angry. I got angry at Turnabout Intruder. That episode pissed me off. For more, so go watch the lamentation on it. What's bad about it? Go watch the lamentation. I'm not summarizing that garbage.
You from their Necrons.
You will only follow your Emperor into death.
The Emperor protects us. We will not fail.
You will.
Just... okay, so. They lost their relic. I don't know if that actually does anything. Okay. I guess we're doing a slow march this way. Oh yeah, someone asked if I've been avoiding spoilers for Season 3 of Picard. Actually, it's the total opposite. I have been seeking out spoilers for all new Trek, since the odds and likelihood of me watching any of it anytime within the next 2 years is approaching 0. So I've been trying to keep abreast of the goings-ons in order to be able to talk about it, chat about it, and otherwise give an opinion on it. An uninformed opinion, but an opinion nonetheless. Why can't we... Oh, duh. I'm like, we got a relic, why can't we... Because I'm stupid. Picard Season 3 is a definite step up from Season 1 and 2. No question. I have serious and severe structural problems with Picard Season 2. And Picard Season 1 has its own issues. That's the simplest way to put that without spoiling anything. I would not willingly watch either Picard Season 1 or 2. Put it that way. Oh! Really, Scion? Wow. That's pretty bad, honestly. Yeah, no, Picard, I don't want to talk about Picard Season 3 because it's extremely easy to spoil, so I'm not going to. If you're going to watch one of the Picards, Season 3 is probably the one to watch. Let's just say it that way. Leave it at that. I will say Picard Season 3 is still making one of what I would call the structural mistakes that the Picards have been making in general. Actually, all of New Trek has been making. And I've already complained about this, so I can talk about this without spoiling anything. Something that irritates me a lot about modern television is the ever-increasing tendency towards spending 90% of the season building up, or filler, and then trying to wrap everything up in the last 1 or 2 episodes.
Keep in touch with the Litany of Fury.
And that's just I don't like that, structurally speaking. I don't like when a show that has, 10 episodes in a season is still doing what's the big mystery at episode 9, right? I am not a fan of that format. It can work. Just about any format of writing can work under the right circumstances and with talented writers. But I'm never going to like it because I always prefer to have payoff. I like to have actual payoff in the show. I like to have what I call the 2/3 rule, which I know I'm just borrowing that from artistry, but it's still true. You have the big moment, the big change in status quo, the big reveal or whatever at the 2/3 point. The reason why is because now, so you have plenty of time to establish, build up, get to the big moment, oh crap, things have changed. And then you have the other third of the season, or game, or movie, or whatever, to really follow through on that. To have there be, yeah, actually, like the Flood in Halo 1, that is actually a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The Flood in Halo 1 is a perfect example of the 2/3 rule. But what New Trek and a lot of modern television in general has been in love with is the idea of pushing that moment all the way to the end. And not only does that usually make the actual, the payoff and the follow-through not satisfying at all, it almost always doesn't actually do it in general. It's just a to be continued. And I've talked about this before. We know why modern television has done this. It's because they want to get their next season greenlit. And they want to leave that dangling hook. It's like, there's something else. There's something else. Please keep watching. Please keep our show on the air. And I get it. And I hate it. So even Picard Season 3 is doing this. We're 2 episodes from the end, and we haven't hit the moment yet.
Brothers, the enemy is feeding coordinates to the battle barge. Prepare for incoming orbital fire!
Say how? I haven't finished loading yet. And Dakota is correct. Television has been doing this since actually the 60s.
The enemy is trying to
and for the same reason.
Drive them back!
Doesn't make it any less frustrating. And it's gotten to the point where nowadays it's the norm. Which is really frustrating. But it's more like I'm just telling them, where to shoot, which is it's their thing telling them where to shoot, so obviously this is where they're shooting, right? They don't know where they're shooting. They get coordinates and they say, you got it, danger close. I have heard from many, many people, and I kind of follow through on this, that Picard Season 3 is an attempt to verse Nemesis. Undo Nemesis as the end of the TNG group. Because Nemesis was always a terrible send-off. Speaking of which, we were talking about finales. If we're being 100% honest, there's one last finale, and that's Nemesis, which in my opinion is the actual worst bit of Trek that has ever been made. The actual bottom. The floor. I cannot think of anything. This is just my personal opinion, but I can't think of anything that's actually worse than that of all the Trek that I've covered. And I've covered it all. Okay. Can we... Yes, we can. I've heard a lot of people over the years speak positively about the space battle in Nemesis. Shrug? I don't have much to add to that, honestly. Oh, we're up and ready, aren't we? Okay. I mean, not really, Jay Palmer? I mean, it's okay, I guess, but I would have liked it a lot more if the Mary Sue ship wasn't there. Yeah, I noticed one of the banners was destroyed before I reached it, Takoida. And I was actually confused about that for a couple of seconds before I was like, oh, right, yeah. Like, I suppose this is like I was talking about earlier. The space battle at the end of Nemesis is definitely the best part of the film. It's not saying much. Like, if that's the nicest thing I could say about your film is that there's a space battle towards the end, which is okay. Jesus, Blue Wolf Alex. That's awful. That was me in X-Files for the longest time. Couldn't get away from it. See, I've heard some people say that Insurrection is worse. I can't agree with that. But then again, as I literally just said, I hold Nemesis as the actual bottom. The floor. Right alongside Turnabout Intruder and Threshold. Just at the actual bottom. And I've noticed, and this is just me talking here while I'm slow-moding my way through the space. I've noticed that it depends a lot on what people value. When it comes down to the nitty-gritty, like, everybody agrees that the three things I just talked about are bad. Very, very, very few people defend Turnabout Intruder, Nemesis, or Threshold. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty of the gradients, when it comes down to which is actually worst, when you start measuring the inches in the miles, that's when people's opinions really start to vary out. And a lot of people tend to lean on whichever thing bothers them personally the most, I've noticed. What is it that you think is the worst aspect of storytelling? To put it simply. Why don't we go ahead and voice some support here. Have some fun.
This fight isn't over yet!
But your life is.
He's got a point. Got a point. Y'all are dead. That's one of the reasons why Threshold is so far down for me, whereas it's not that far down for other people, because the aggressive, bad scripting and stupidity of Threshold push me more than other aspects of things. You notice I did mention Code of Honor. Code of Honor is terrible, but it's not in the very bottom for me because, you know, I am more bothered by the terrible, terrible script and the terrible, terrible characterization and the terrible, terrible everything. Although I'm not trying to defend Code of Honor, it's a piece of garbage, but point remaining. I should probably also mention that Turnabout Intruder is at the very bottom for me. Mostly because of that goddamn script. Just, oh my god. Well, he does it for the dumbest reason, too, Blue Wolf Alex. So for those of you who haven't seen Nemesis, for the majority of the movie, the main villain is acting like he's not a villain, like he's actually an ally. Okay? So, the heroes, the team, has absolutely no indication whatsoever that he is a villain. Then he tries to mentally force himself onto Troy sexually. What? And that's how he ousts himself. That's how he reveals that he is the villain to the party. It's just like, I'm sorry, what? Was there a reason given for that? Not really. I mean, she's hot. It's about as far as that goes. And yeah, I am frankly astonished that that Tom Hardy got the career he did after that.
No! We cannot fail.
The gene seed must be preserved. Get Captain Fuel to the Thunderhawk. Understood. Join them, Brother Apothecary. We will cover your escape. And you? We cannot allow the enemy to claim our relics. This area must be cleansed with orbital fire. The chapter will honor you, brother. There is no honor to be had in defeat. But someone must deliver the targeting beacon. Orbital control. Lock onto this beacon and fire. Full power.
Even the elite of the Blood Ravens could not hold back the murderous advance of the Necrons. The Necrons answered the Space Marines' shouted benedictions with stoic silence and murderous blasts from their Gauss flares. The aliens were uninterested in any arcane secrets that might have been hidden in North Vandia, utterly ignoring the scorched ruins of the Blood Ravens' chapel there. Their gruesome warriors flensed the flesh from every Space Marine left on the planet, but left their holy battle armors and other relics to corrode in the harsh weather. Tragically, among the flesh reduced to particulate ash was the gene seed of those Space Marines, dealing a near-fatal blow to the chapter. By taking North Vandia, the Necrons defeated the Blood Ravens on Cronus. But by purging the genetic heritage of all those fallen battle brothers, they may well have destroyed the whole chapter.
My favorite Star Trek movie is Star Trek II. It's also what I consider to be one of the best movies ever made. Not because it's Star Trek, because it's Star Trek II. And Stumpy mentioned something amusing. So, for those of you who didn't watch my TOS ruminations, Turnabout Intruder wasn't supposed to be the finale. They were actually informed relatively further on into the thing. However, what's funny is that that's not the only Star Trek show where the finale was not supposed to be the finale. The other one, of course, being Enterprise. There's just something vaguely amusing about that. As I pointed out during my ruminations on Enterprise, I actually think it's kind of worse that they planned to have... Oh, this map. That they planned to have These Are the Voyages be the season ender. And then keep going, which is just... What? That's your plan? Okay. But yeah, Wrath of Khan is an extraordinarily well-crafted game. And by game, of course, I mean movie. I have a bad habit of calling everything game, don't mind me. I'll be driving around and the car will be weird, I'll be like, game? It's a bad habit. Anyways. But Wrath of Khan is extraordinarily well-constructed, and it's a very tight script. It has probably one negative to story in the entire film. They also have wonderful gravitas to it. The interaction between the characters and the dynamic between the villains group and the heroes group. There's a large amount of just great stuff there, story-wise. The one negative is that Kirk doesn't raise his shields when approaching the Reliant. That's the negative. And it is a negative because there really is no big purpose behind it. It's just, it is there so that Kirk can make a mistake. I get the point of the scene. The idea is that Kirk has been captaining a desk for, I think it's 5 years at that point. But that's a terrible way to get that across. It is literally an idiot ball moment. And that's the problem. I'm not even killing these people. These people are not worth your time. Go! Ought I make a Star Trek game? Depends on the genre. I actually have several ideas for Star Trek games. Someday, I hope to make them. After conquering the world, obviously, because Paramount would never allow a good Star Trek game to be made. great irony is polishing out that scene would actually be kind of difficult to do. Which, of course, would be the point. It would take some careful thought and work, and we'd have to workshop it in the writer's room to figure out how to make Kirk make a mistake without it seeming stupid. I think we can do it. I think it's doable. That is the negative. Singular. I'm not even sure there's any negatives on the gameplay axis. Which, when it comes to non-interactive media, is like the technical stuff. Camera usage and lighting, special effects, theme construction, blocking, that kind of stuff. Okay, so an RPG. Now, there's a lot of different types of RPGs. I'm making a Star Trek RPG. I'm sorry, I love it, Blow Up Alex. I just said there's one negative I can think of in the entire movie, and you're disagreeing with me on it. That is so normal. I cannot tell you how many times I'm praising the hell out of a game, and then I say, but I need to give this negative. And everyone in chat dogpiles me saying, no! Don't give the negative. And I'm like, but it's okay. You know what? I bet I could do this before they actually... they end it here. Let's see if this works. Well, they were here, they just didn't participate. Anyways, who's ready to kill the guard? Let's see, what did we lose? We didn't lose that much, actually. Just the spider. Let's do that. And just get some of the tech tree done. Why not?
Upon arriving on Cronus, General Lucas Alexander became Governor Militant and set about reclaiming the planet for the Imperium. When his enemies launched attacks on his capital, he prepared to repel them with extreme prejudice. Experts in planetary defense, the men of the Imperial Guard were heavily dug in and fortified in Victory Bay. Any attacker would face well-armed and well-supplied soldiers, backed by powerful armored columns and artillery positions. The Guard's only real weakness was its morale. Although most soldiers served honorably, the men of the regiment's 5th Company had proven less than stalwart and were placed under command of Regimental Commissar Anton Gebet in a forward base on the northern shore of the Victoria River. Without Gebet's whip, the company and its base would surely fold. Other companies took position in forward bases in more sensitive areas, ready to drive the enemy off. Still, determined attackers could overrun those positions. Governor Alexander remained confident, however. Indeed, any opponent who made it past his forward positions would find themselves staring down the barrel of the massive Hellstorm cannon of an Imperator Titan.
Great. But yeah, I love the way it's indeed. Fair enough, Blue Felix. And honestly, I'm just going off the top of my head. I do hope to someday review the Star Trek films, actually review them, pluses and minuses, and see how things actually line up when gone through with a fine-tooth comb, because, I don't know, maybe I'll surprise myself. Like, even Star Trek 4, which is, let's be very honest with ourselves, a very stupid film, is also a film that I think is going to score pretty highly, for example.
Fifth Company, this is the moment of truth. You will not fear. You will not falter. You will not give a single step to the enemy. But sir...
If you will not serve in combat, then you will serve on the firing line.
Enemies of the Imperium, hear me. You have come here to die. The immortal Emperor is with us, and we are invincible. His soldiers will strike you down. His war machines will crush you under their treads. His mighty guns will bring the very sky crashing down upon you. You cannot win. The Emperor has given us his greatest weapon to wield. So make yourselves ready. We are the 1st Cronus Regiment, and today is our victory day.
Well, okay.
Death has come for you at last.
The Necrons are here. Drive them back to their tombs, men.
It is your men who go to their tombs, Governor.
The Necrons are coming. The Necrons are coming. So yeah, there's the Trench of Doom. It's kind of hard to see, but that's it. This should be fun. Someone asked a question. Oh, yeah, the idea would be to kind of do it as a streamination thing, Justin. Ideally, what I would actually like to do is to actually stream, you know, the movie and then talk about it and review it kind of like I streamed the games. Obviously, current copyright law doesn't allow for that, except under very specific circumstances. But we'll see. Maybe someday. I actually don't remember this mission at all, weirdly enough. I remember all the other ones, but I don't have a lot of memories of this one, or any memories of this one, so... Oh. We'll see. Titans are a little large. Slightly. See you around below, Alex. Have a good one. Hopefully. Yeah, there's ways to make it work even now under the limited circumstances, Justin, but it's honestly not really worthwhile. The only feasible thing at all, in my opinion, is the watch-along Prime thing, and even that's just kind of crap. For those of you not aware, I think the system's moved forward a little bit, but for those of you not aware, if you have Amazon Prime and or actually own on your Amazon account the movie or show in question, and then I start watching it, and that account is tied into your Twitch account, and you start watching me, then you can see it. If none of those things happen, then you can't see it. All you can see is like my webcam and me talking over total silence. It's really restrictive. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. We've actually tried it out live, too. So I can tell you that with some certainty, although that was a couple years ago. I feel like the music for this Stronghold. There is no legal way to stream the film directly, unless I happen to be a large-scale Twitch partner. We did, Ross, yeah.
Get more firepower on that position!
Now you're probably thinking, what does that have to do with anything? Here's the deal.
Send a platoon to secure that location! Executing your orders, sir!
Twitch has a long-standing policy of being a lot more lenient. No. A lot more lenient with their large-scale partners. Because there are people who pull in, you know, the thousands or tens of thousands of subs that Twitch is willing to go to bat for legally. There are actually streamers who will just stream a movie or a video, not even comment on it, which is at least a transformative thing. Instead, they'll just stream the movie or thing and just them sitting there watching it. And they can get away with that because Twitch's lawyers are willing to go to bat for them and fight back if and when any kind of copy wrong happens, right? That is a thing. And it kind of sucks, if we're being honest, but, you know, it is a thing. It's what it is. Get some more power going. I forgot to get power going.
Push back the front line, men!
We won't let you down, sir!
Coming up next, the Imperial Guard lets him down. Now, Dark Prince Revan did not put any of that in the comments, so could someone put Dark Prince Revan's donation things in the question queue, please, so I can find it later? Please and thank you. Yep, I'll be in a hot tub, fully in uniform. Fully in uniform. Just ruining my coat. Thank you, TSB. And thank you very, very much, Dark Prince Revan. Always appreciate. Thank you.
Attack!
I will jot that down for those things that are in the queue. Let's see, it looks like Ace Combat 5, Origins of the City, and Dark Dragon's Dogma. You got it. Aw, I was just about to ask, what game was that, Dakota? Because I hadn't even heard of that. Alas. Secondary objectives yet. Well, let's wait until our defenses are up, then we'll go and roam a little bit. I suppose I can roam with them now, but eh. God, right. Okay, hang on. Yeah, we don't have power. We need power! Okay. So what we could do, Jay Palmer, is one of two things. Either you guys donate a crap ton of money to Ace Combat 5 in about 3 weeks. Don't do that. Or much more likely, we can just put the Ace Combat 0 run on hold, and then just let it sit there until Ace Combat 5 is funded. Which is a little more likely to actually happen. Good place to build. I kind of love watching the guard die. You know, it's just sort of cathartic. Of all the stuff that has so much health in this game, the guard just sort of fall over. I have no idea, Warp Core. But you get the idea. Either way, we'd play them as a bundle. Rather than not. Well, thank you, Blade Javal, for being part of the show. I will later put that towards Ace Combat 5. Ace Combat 4, you're getting greedy now. These are all PS2 games, and there's a lot of issues with PS2 games. If you seriously want to add Ace Combat 4 as a bundle, then I'm going to have to actually save the game, leave the game, and go start doing some tests to see if I need to allow that. Because, yeah. I've only played the one Ace Combat, which I believe was 7. Because they're all PS2 games. Oh. Thank you, TSP. I didn't actually need that one because that's in the queue, but thank you. What's the problem with PS2 games? Well, sometimes they're easy and quick to get a hold of. And sometimes they're not. Sometimes they are totally smooth and with no problem emulating them. And sometimes they are not. It is a giant dice roll as to whether or not a PS2 game can happen or not. It's actually the exact same problem that happens with GameCube games and with Wii games, specifically. In all of those cases, it's a big question mark as to whether I can get a hold of the game at all, and whether I could get an emulated copy running at all. And they're dead. As it should be. Let's go and start moving forwards. Yeah, like, I had to say no to a specific, I think it was Radiant Dawn? It's one of the Fire Emblem games, because it's just too expensive. I can't get a hold of a copy of it. And before you ask, I tend to have a hard rule. If a game costs more than $70, the answer's no. Just the end. Yeah, exactly, Justin. I'm not shilling out more for an older game. That's not happening. I know that can be argued around. I know that can be debated. I know that can be technically... No. Hard line. Stellaris is kind of an exception. So is CK3. Any Paradox game is an exception. There's always exceptions. People have absolutely offered to send me games, and I have universally said no. There's a lot of problems with people just gifting me games, and the general answer is always going to be no to that.
First Company, hold the enemy back, no matter the cost.
Done. All right, now. Oh, what are you doing up here? How did you get up here? How's our energy? Yeah, I know, right? Charge the obelisk! We got this, men! Oh god, we're getting killed by something we can't even really see. I'm sure it's fine. And dead. Yes, of course it does, J. Palmer. Skybox, ground terrain, and of course the planes themselves would qualify. Yeah, don't send a flamer tank after an obelisk either. That's also a bad idea. Pro tip. But yes, to go back to the pricing rule thing, there are several games that the only reason we've reviewed them is because by lucky chance, I already owned a copy of that game. From back in the day. Otherwise, I probably would have said no. That's a good question, Dakota. I don't know. It got mulched because I have an anti-vehicle turret, but I don't know if it could have done damage. Where's the other group? There you are. Hope you have fun with it, Justin. Because, you know, I consider it one of the best games ever made.
Firing solution plotted.
Now you will see what it means to face the Imperial Guard. Artillery, open fire!
Great. That's actually a bad thing. We're now in sight of the infinite range artillery. I mean, I own several NES games that I got just for the collector's sake, Crazy Norse. So I'm kind of with Jay Palmer on that. I do have a bit of a collector in me, just a bit. So how do we get over here? Mines. I'm not that crazy, Dark Day. I mean, you saw me. I was running around on Torment for a decent chunk of it, Justin. Granted, I had some Paragon levels to back me, but still. It is more than feasible to turn the difficulty up, especially since you can, remember, turn it down at will.
We must disrupt this attack. Tell the Vindicare Temple to eliminate their commander.
One chance is all I need.
What do you think I'm doing? Thank you, Pancakes.
Third Company, hold the line! The Emperor demands it!
I will Alt-Tab and figure that out later. But thank you. Ah. Ready. The torments ramp up pretty quickly. Like, you'd think it's just a linear increase, but it's kind of more of a logarithmic increase when you start getting the torments. Can you repair yourselves? Oh my god, I think they can. That's hysterical.
Liberators, the enemy has made it to the northern shore. Redeploy to drive them back.
Afford more of those, though. Why don't we get more of those? Let's see. Oh, wrong group. I do not know. A good question, but with very, 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 very few exceptions. The standing policy has always been to not consider stuff out of the game as part of the game. There's a lot of reasons for that, too. I can actually give you several examples of it right off the top of my head. So, let's say I was to go buy Oblivion right now. Do I get access to that book that I have on my shelf back there? No, of course I don't, because you can't really get a hold of that anymore. Unless you buy, like, a used copy off of eBay or something similar. The Imperial Guidebook, Jay Palmer. Or, if you, Age of Empires for the guidebook I'm talking about there, or StarCraft, for that matter. Do you get those little things, or do you get the figurine, or do you get the helmet from Fallout 3, or whatever? You get the idea. The answer is no. Lords of I've never heard of that, Pancakes. probably super duper look into that later. Why don't you get up here? So, where's that artillery? Down here somewhere. Is this it? Looks like it. No, I do not play Taval. I like to use whomever. In fact, I like to vary who I use, specifically because you can use whomever in that game. That being said, Old Faithful is Edgar. Edgar just has insane utility, and his tools continue to be useful literally throughout the entire game. But even if you for whatever reason aren't using tools, Edgar still has a great kit. He has good base stats. He has good HP buffer. His HP grows reasonably well. And he can equip all of the best gear. All the heavy armor and all of the best weapons. Lord of the Realms. I'm not sure I've heard of that either. This is just me being stupid day. Oh, here we go. Why are there guardsmen in the...
Go! On my command, fire the Titan cannon! Fire!
Congratulations, he kills no troops.
Recharge. I want that gun firing again!
Hey, what's this weapon do damage to? Yes. Can I help you? Okay. Just gonna move on then. Well, that's cool. Well, because I didn't want to play the other one again, Card Day. The other two, excuse me. I honestly have no interest in replaying Asylum, and I have no interest in replaying Night. But I wouldn't mind replaying City and getting a modern review of that. So, I asked the people who were funding Origins. They were cool with it, so we did it. Speaking of which, Stan asked a question which I need to answer, but I don't remember what the question was. Don't forget anything while you're packing! Exclamation mark. Have a safe trip, period. Yeah, I think I've mentioned this before. I'm at the point of my life now where time is kind of the ultimate thing. Currency, consideration, etc. So, while I absolutely could go and, you know, re-review and get Asylum and Night up to date with the modern review system, I don't care. It's not worth my time, you know? So, we're not bothering. That's really kind of it. Now, Cyan asked something. He didn't put it in the question queue, but Cyan asked something about a game that I was reviewing, and I'm trying to remember what it was. Because I needed to respond to that, because it's actually a game we're not re-reviewing, but I don't remember which it was. Does anyone remember? Was anyone reading what Cyan said? Because I don't remember, because I'm stupid. You really like those flame tanks. You realize I'm playing as the Necrons, right? Like, the right tool for the right job. All I'm saying. Where's the other artillery battery? What's over here? Halo! Right. Okay, so, let's be very clear about this. The Halo series is current. It's standard. So I'm obviously never going to replay the Halo games until I do my co-op playthrough of them. So that's step one. Is there will not be a proper review of the Halos, because there already is a proper review of the Halos. We're done! However... Oh, stretch! Halo Infinite? I mean, I don't think we've reviewed Halo Infinite at all, but we have reviewed Halo Wars 2 under the current system. And yeah, we actually cannot play 5, still. So that's still off the list. Ironically, Halo Wars 1 is also on the current system. It was after the Oblivion line, so... What do you know? Actually, you know what? Stop. By yourself. Yeah, I started with that, Hero says. That was the beginning of the sentence. Before you joined chat, we mentioned how I'd already reviewed Halo Wars 2 under the current system. Then I mentioned, yeah, it's an amusing anecdote, we have also reviewed Halo Wars 1. It is also post-Oblivion line. That's why I said, no, we already mentioned that.
Fire control! Initiate strafing run!
What? With what? Anyways. So, sorry, getting all the way back to your question. So, like, okay, obviously there's no future reviews or anything of the Halos, but... Except maybe Infinite someday. Maybe. We'll see. Having said all that, which Halo game would I be most interested in replaying? Now, there's only one answer to that, really, because there's only one Halo game I truly, unabashedly enjoyed from top to bottom. And that's Reach. You can probably guess exactly which one it is, even if you didn't see those runs. It's Reach. Reach was amazing. Reach just crushes the other Halos for me.
Look out! Here they come! Second Mechanized Company, the enemy is at your doorstep. Push them back, damn it!
How do I get up here? I can't quite see the terrain. Oh, there's people down here. Hello. I guess we'll go kill them then. Go, my minions. Oh my god. That's a lot. That's okay, we have a plan for this. No, really. We've got a couple of plans for this. Start picture the Here's Johnny moment here. If I had to pick something other than Reach... About that for a second. That's a little tougher.
The Titan cannon power grid is under attack. Redirect fire to protect it and initiate repairs.
I will ease the machine's pain.
Just keep it online, Tech Priest. Commissar, come in!
We have purged your bootlick, Governor. You will be next.
Damn you, monster!
That's rich coming from you. Well, whatever. Halo 2 had a good story, but frustrated me gameplay-wise. Halo 3 had a much worse story, but was a little better gameplay-wise. I actually liked Halo 4, which probably puts me in the minority on that, based on what I was hearing during the review. So if I had to pick a second Halo game to go back and replay, it would probably be 4.
I am under attack!
Protect those generators, men.
Let's get another destroyer going. It's Oblivion. It's whatever Oblivion was.
But the Emperor is still with us. Give them hell, men!
Did I enjoy ODST?
Initiate strafing run.
Order destroyers are okay, I guess. I've had worse units.
Time for payback!
Ooh, that's a Baneblade. That's a Baneblade. That's a Baneblade. I actually agree with that, Jay Palmer. The audio logs of ODST were awesome. That's actually full. Boy, wherever there's room. Shoot, actually lost it. Deploy! 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 Pattern command. What is that build? I guess we'll find out in a bit. Baneblades. Valid.
We must disrupt this attack. Tell the Vindicare Temple to eliminate their commander.
One chance is all I need.
Go grab that.
The enemy has knocked out 2nd Company's fire control system. Our air support is gone.
Favorite opening mission in a Halo game? Because you're... Come on.
Time for payback!
I mean, reach is the easy answer there. My other thought was 1. Although, I also liked 2s, from a story perspective. A lot of my opinions of 2 come down to per story perspective. Anyways, no, completely different issues, Scion. The problem I was having with Dawn of War 2 is that Dawn of War 2 wouldn't run at all. That it literally wouldn't launch, and it had other related issues. I'll talk about that more when we get to Dawn of War 2, probably tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I really kind of want to just smash through Soulstorm as quickly as is reasonable. So, let's go attack the enemy base. This is it, the final bastion of resistance on this planet. Get up, get up, get up.
The Nightbringer has come for you, Governor.
Hold the line, men! Push these metal monsters back to the hell they crawled out of!
So much fear. So much noise.
It's stuck. Correct, Scion. I could actually get the game running. I couldn't get the game into streamable format. That's why I say, well, it's possible. I wouldn't put my hope into it. You'll notice that the changes, which are currently in place, like I currently have screwed with my CPU, because I'm not going to undo that every time I load up, have not fixed any of Dawn of War 1's problems. Yeah, there's variances in the narration, and some of the banter is a bit different.
Time for payback!
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's a 5950X, but don't quote me on that. I didn't plan to, Logue, but we'll see. These guys are still stuck in the wall. Thank you, Sub-Zero. Always appreciate the sub. And, as usual, if you know what you'd like to put that, increasing future priority of up to 3 things at no cost, please let me know. Excellent. Could somebody please put that in the queue so I can find that later? Please and thank you. Thank you, Jay Palmer. Yeah, by the way, players against guardsmen. Lol. I understand. Well, okay, no, I'm not gonna lie to you, son. I don't actually understand at all. But I get that you have personal significance for the game, and I do apologize for the fact that there's not a lot I can do about that. Ah, thank you, TSB. I'm gonna have an interesting question queue later. I know, right? I'm just cheating at this point. Just crush them. Just crush them. Arc of Chaos is on GOG. As I mentioned earlier, I had no problems getting it running. That wasn't the issue. I also think my experience with Dawn of War 1 and 2 is going to make me get a lot harsher about allowing games in the streamability block. This has been a non-stop irritation fest for about a week solid. So I'm going to start being less tolerant and understanding with reviewing older games that exist within the streamability block.
We can't hold them back much longer. We can't allow the Titan cannon to fall into their hands. Overload the core.
You realize I do not want or care about your cannon, right?
For the Emperor!
Imperial forces had faced Necrons before, notably on Lorn 5 and Verdus Prime, and it had cost the champions of man dearly each time. On Cronus, things only got harder. And when the Necron forces swept into Victory Bay, even the raw power of the revived Hellstorm cannon could not stop them. The Necrons showed cold contempt for the works of man, as they murdered the last tech priests and guardsmen in Victory Bay. With none left to fear them and none left to die, they simply moved on to the next conquest. The remains of the great Titan gun, they ignored altogether. Even its mighty power, paling in comparison to the galactic genocide their gods demanded. By the end of the Dark Crusade, Cronus was a tomb world once more. Just as the marching Necron armies cut down all their opponents, so did other fiendish devices work on the planet's very ecosystem. Scarab swarms scoured the lush jungles of the south and the fertile plains of the north, while pulses of loathsome energy killed even microscopic bacteria. The seas died and the air itself became rarefied and poisoned. Soon, sterile sand and dust swept across the Cronusian landscape, broken only by black monuments to the Nightbringer. Cronus became the black heart of the Necron Purge in the eastern edge of the galaxy. Warriors emerging from the monoliths of Cronus would bring death to worlds across the Tau Empire, the domains of Ultramar, and many more sectors. Imperial strike fleets, Tau battle formations, and Eldar raiding teams would all try to retake Cronus, only to fall before the huge crypt vessels protecting the Tomb World from orbit. Each heroic effort only added more deaths to the Nightbringer's tally.
The end. Noise warning. We've actually already seen that. Big explosions to be visible from orbit. Dun dun dun! Get ready for the worst expansion of the game. Probably not, actually. What? What? Oh, the whole game restarted. It just... That was disorienting. Alright, so let's crash the game really quick. Yeah. We're actually not done with Dark Crusade, although we might actually not complete. So I'm just going to say this very bluntly. I am not committing to completing the upcoming mission. Okay? I'm going to try. But if I fail, then we're done. That's all there is to that. Well, we're playing on hard, and I don't know how to play the guard. So, I haven't played the guard, so I have no idea what I'm doing, is kind of what I'm getting at here. Go ahead and commit to the crash. Boop. While we're here, I'm going to jot down some donations just so I can get caught up on that really quick. So Pancakes is putting it towards Lords of Magic Special Edition, whatever that is, or other stuff. Yeah, I have an artificial difficulty increase and a regular difficulty increase. What's my favorite World War II aircraft that isn't the Mustang or the Spitfire? No, that's it. We're done. I don't actually like the 0. And then Sub-Zero 9. Get towards... I don't know the lightning off the top of my head. Fallout what? Hang on. Sub-Zero put it towards Fallout. What the heck is Fallout? I mean, I know that sounds like a strange question, but there's lots of Fallouts is what I'm trying to say. Which Fallout? New Vegas. Okay, so the BRPG block. You got it. And then Blade to Ball. Ace Combat 5. Then TSB. No! Wait, that's not TSB at all. That's Dark Prince Road. And that one was Ace Combat 5, Batman Arkham, and Dragon's Dogma. I don't think Star Trek's ever had a crossover with Warhammer, to answer Crazy Norse's question. Which is funny, because Star Trek's had a lot of weird crossovers, like X-Men. I know that's like the typical example, but it's still really strange. How official do you count official? Actually, they did 2 TSB. One was a comic series with the original series, and one, oh, in that case, yes, Jay Palmer. And the other was a book that came out in the TNG era. The comic was okay. The book was awful. Thank you, Jay Palmer. I'll put that towards 24, Ace Combat 5, and Wowcat and Legion. Thank you. I think that's everyone. And I'm wrong. Blade to Ball also subbed towards Ranger of Paradise, Dragon Age block, and ESO. And that should be everything. As of this point. What games am I looking forward to playing? Wait, you can look forward to playing games? That's... I don't know. I don't think that's allowed. Would I recommend Guild Wars 2? Oh, I can answer that question with specificity, Scion. Not in terms of speculation. I know exactly why StarCraft was abandoned as a franchise. Alright, so time to die. Any bets on how long it will take me to game over here?
The full extent of the Necron presence on Cronus did not become clear until those opposing them launched raids into the catacombs under the Thur Abyss Plateau. The first Necron massacres on the planet had occurred there, and their enemies expected to find some sort of alien bastion. Instead, they found an entryway into the underworld. Garbled reports from doomed scouts sent into the cavernous passageways revealed a network of catacombs honeycombing the entire plateau. Some of these now stood hollowed out, while others served as staging grounds for Necron forces. Worst of all, however, were the deeper tunnels, where row upon row of Necrons still stood, slowly waking to join their lord's global genocide. The attackers settled on a dangerous gambit. A strike force would enter the catacombs and plant a massive explosive device deep in the main cavern. An explosion there would collapse the entire network, crushing or sealing off the legions of still dormant Necrons and shattering those already risen. It remained to be seen if anyone could deliver this device, much less escape in time to continue the fight across Cronus.
We who are about to die salute you.
We've been overrun!
Nice skybox.
Creatures, at long last you have found the tranquility of death. I was like you once, clinging to life and blind to the truth. When I uncovered the truth, I too shuddered and paled with fear. Deep in these catacombs, I was remade. Here, my brethren slumbered for eons, while the living grew like weeds. My lord knew this day would come. He had plans for us all. We would purge this world once more. So come, poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts. Cronus will be a tomb world once more.
Cool. Bit depressing, but you know, cool.
The tech priests report that the plasma bomb is prepared, Governor. They've identified the most auspicious place for it as well. Excellent.
Prepare your men. We're delivering this device personally.
I am on it.
To die in battle is the
I'll
highest
take
honor,
care of it,
Governor.
Lord.
I have no
By the
intention to
Emperor,
die here,
you will
Sergeant.
have it.
We still have a planet to free.
What is your wish? What are your orders? What? Hello! We're ready to go, sir.
Saw that coming. The moment I saw the corpse there.
Awaiting instructions. Awaiting instructions. Too much for us.
I am on it.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Time for payback.
Initiating construction. Do you know what's your task? Do you need me?
Who guessed 2 minutes? Because it's looking to be like the most accurate lineup right now.
Do you need me?
Not have requisition.
By the Emperor, you will have it. The tech priests picked up alien energies coming from these points.
Send out some strike teams. We can't risk him cutting off our escape.
It will only take me a moment.
Where's our fire support?
I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Awaiting instructions.
instructions.
Hang on, it gets worse.
You have penetrated but the very surface of our catacombs. More and more of us rise from the depths with every passing moment.
I don't even know if the guard war gear is. I probably should have looked. Oh well.
Form out the engine mode.
It is my duty to serve.
Where is his will needed? By the Emperor, it will be.
Is that the best you've got?
Standing ready. Do you know what you ask? I already know what you want.
We will serve.
I am honored that you require my skills. I am on it. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Ain't like the Death Star in Warhammer Universe? Yeah, regular old ships.
Victory is assured. On my soul it shall be done.
What do you require? Very well, but use me
Victory
wisely.
is assured. I will not fail.
Awaiting instructions. Awaiting instructions.
Standing ready.
I mean, okay, I'm being a little facetious, but spaceships in Warhammer 40k are absolutely ridiculous.
Do you know what you ask?
Taking hits! By the Emperor, we've won. We're ready to go, sir. We're honored by your trust.
Where is his will needed?
You shall have your prize.
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
Standing ready.
Do you know what you ask? My mind bears a great pain.
Yeah, there's a reason they call it Exterminatus. Put very, very simply.
Capturing it was easy. Holding it
Where
will be
is his
hard.
will needed? Orders received and understood.
Will only take me a moment.
That's a narrow tunnel.
An easy matter for one of my skill. Of course. A challenge worthy of my skill.
On standby.
Where is his will needed?
We're honored by your trust. We're ready to go, sir.
Warming up the engine mode.
My mind bears a great pain.
Where's our fire support?
Standing
Will
ready.
you read me?
Surge!
That was a weird error, but whatever. Yeah, we play the waiting game.
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
I mean, they're the Tyranids, right? If they're gonna eat your people, you might as well eat your people yourself. That's just logic. Well, okay.
Alright.
Do you know what you ask?
We can handle anything you throw at us.
Where's our fire support?
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating construction.
You realize we're underground, right?
Heavy weapons on the field. Big guns ready to fire.
Victory is assured. On my soul it shall be done.
Point it out.
Orders received and understood. It is only fitting we ride into battle.
I am honored that you require
We're
my
honored by your
skills.
trust.
Let's scooch forward a little
Heavy
bit.
weapons
Do
on the
you
field.
know what you ask?
Let's scooch back a little bit.
We've got experience in these things. Look out! Here they come! Where do you want us, sir? Moving to new firing position. We'll cover our men. Moving to new firing position. Moving to new firing position. Where do you want
Don't.
us, sir?
Get out of the way.
What you want?
Ready and willing, sir. Moving to new firing position. Nothing will get through our field of fire. Setting up.
Surprisingly, we are still alive. I'm still waiting for these stupid things to start causing issues. But, you know, whatever.
Tell your men to stay out of my way.
Yeah. Edgelord's got an edgelord. Just slow-moding a little bit here.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Very small amount of build space, so that's not cool, but... Okay. Interesting problem to have.
I'll take care
Is
of
this
it.
the worst RTS I played? No, I've played Halo Wars 1.
The machine spirits are willing.
Okay. Forwards.
Who
Go
summons me?
forwards.
I am honored that you require my skills. Initiating
So
construction.
we'll see with how the golden numbers line up. What was the golden number for Halo Wars 1? It wasn't super high, I know that.
It will only take me a moment.
Ah, there it is. Blind.
Initiating construction.
5.33. Speaks for itself, honestly.
We're ready to go. Where's our fire support?
Hey, Paranoid.
Mind fears a great pain.
good, Logue. Well, you should.
What?
No, that's just a bug, and I'm not going to fix it because I don't feel like crashing the
We're
game.
ready to go, sir.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help. Death comes in shadows.
Awaiting instruction.
I shall not.
Movement up!
Prepare yourself. They will never see me. Prepare yourself.
What do we got
We
up here?
spotted some sort of beacon, sir.
The aliens are surely planning
another trap. Destroy that thing.
We are deathless interlopers.
Orders understood.
Under
Time
the
to rise
shadow
to the
of the
occasion,
beacon
men.
of unlife. The fallen rise again.
Orders understood.
I am honored that you require my skills. The machine spirits are
Who
willing.
summons me? I shall not fail.
Did they not follow me? I don't think they followed me.
One strike is all I need. I shall not fail.
Standing by.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help. I shall not fail.
We're under fire!
Standing by. Standing by. Thirsty dinner.
It will only take me a moment.
Get out of here!
We can do anything you do.
At my shadow.
On standby.
They will quake at my shadow.
I already know what you want.
They will quake at my shadow. Prepare
Awaiting
yourself.
instructions.
Of course. Of course.
Taking hits!
They will quake at my shadow. Who summons me?
Forming the engine.
I shall not fail.
Sentinels ready to deploy.
I will not falter again. Retreat!
Require my skills. Of course. Of course. Of course.
Yes, yes, of course I will.
Ready to deploy. Forming the engine mode.
They will quake at my shadow.
Awaiting instructions. We can do anything you throw at us.
Is that the best you got?
Container heat.
I am honored that you require my skills. These repairs may require some time.
We're ready to go, sir.
I love it. Veteran squad. Ah! You think they'd be vets, right?
They'll pay for that humiliation.
I will ease the machine's pain.
Someone go for an tech priest. Fire installation spotted. Standing by.
They will quake at my shadow.
Pull me on the edge of it.
Will only take me.
That's easy enough.
I mean, why wouldn't the guard have ATSTs would be my question.
Come! They will quake at my shadow. We cannot win! Run! Besides me, we're honored by your trust.
Thanks, Avacom. Yeah, we'll be stuck in 40k land for a while.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help.
The odds of us even beating Soulstorm today are actually quite low.
They will quake at my shadow. Down, throw more faith is all that matters.
Oh my god, could you be a little more accurate with your artillery, please?
Give us a second to get started.
The answer to that is no.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help.
Think we got it? We got it. Woo! 3.5 hours. Wow.
Is that the best you've got?
Give us a second to get started. Container heat.
They will quake at my shadow.
Yeah, that's
I hold the secrets I am honored that you require my skill.
They will quake at my shadow. I shall not fail. I shall not fail. Slit their throats! I shall not fail.
Pull me on the edge of it.
I am on it.
taking out a summoning core even means anything, but hey, it's there.
Time to earn our keep. Yes, yes, of course I'll help. Time to rise to the occasion, man. Look out! Here they come! They will quake at my shadow.
I am honored that you require my skills. I will ease my machine's pain.
Yes, yes, of course I'll help.
I am honored that you require my skills. These repairs may require some time.
Oh, tell me about it, Paranoid Android. It's a really rare thing to even see in a game like this. That's why I was kind of weirded out by it. It's like, oh wow, there's a spacing issue in this game. As I've mentioned before, most RTSs have spacing as a concept, but most RTSs don't fumble it like this one does. I should mention, you'll notice the map design of these skirmish maps and the stronghold maps of Dark Crusade are much better designed to allow for movement of units. Winter Crusade was the one that really fumbled that ball. Just way too narrow of pathing for the game in question.
How long?
This is not Winter Crusade. This is Dark Crusade. I'm sorry, Winter Assault. I keep doing that. Winter Assault is the one that had the problem. This is Dark Crusade. Sorry.
As you wish, so shall it be done. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Does that stop the spawns, or are we just gonna have infinite spawns forever? We are, then that sucks.
Who summons me?
How's the line holding? It's Dark Assault. No!
They will quake at my shadow.
Like, infinite spawns forever is what it is. You know, so what else we got here? Didn't I already take out that energy source?
Awaiting instructions.
Pretty sure I did.
Who summons me?
Cool.
Time to rise to the occasion, men!
Let's see what we got here.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Who summons me?
Actually looked funny. Wraith shows up.
I am on it.
Excuse me.
Standing by.
Alright.
Where are those damn tech priests?
I gotta think about this. Because we got our foothold. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking of doing, Lo. Because we got a nice big open space here, right?
Who summons me?
I am hesitant to pull back on the main base defenses. Even though they're not many, I think they're doing an okay job of holding the line against the harassers.
I shall not fail.
Standing by.
I shall not fail.
Let's do this. Let's scooch a little bit. Let's scooch a little bit.
Tech priests.
And let's go ahead and get the Mars bunker, which I can't... Oh, right. Duh. Of course I can't. I didn't. Not yet. In due time. Is it even worth going into infantry? Honest question. Because my mentality was, no, it's not. I've been wrong before. Once, twice.
Who summons me? Time to earn our keep.
I have played several Worms games, although the only one I played extensively was Worms Armageddon. Looks like... How am I supposed to... Don't worry, they will definitely survive interrogation.
Is that the best you've got?
Yeah, I think we're gonna leave the line here.
Forming at the edge of mode.
Well, okay, so if we're gonna do infantry, let's... grab those upgrades? Yeah, we did, okay. God, flayers are slow. And honestly. Oh, stretch. Oh. Little sore. I spent yesterday moving heavy things. Not to complain.
Present and accounted for. We're ready to go, sir.
Oh, God, these two people are stuck in the terrain. Oh, God, did I lose my tech priest? No, okay, there we go. We freed them. There's the spacing issue in a nutshell. You literally just saw it. Thankfully, we were able to free them. We were never actually able to free those immortals on the previous mission.
Present and accounted for.
An easy method.
Ugh. Can I?
We'll get through.
Oh, I can.
Fire. Where's our fire support?
So it sounds like I want the autocannon, especially against Necrons. So we're gonna do
We'll
that.
cover our men. I shall not fail. Present and accounted for.
I am honored that you require my skills.
We're also gonna set up another infantry thing down here. Right about there, I think.
A challenge worthy of my skill.
Such is the Emperor's will. What are your orders? President.
Stop having the problem we're currently having.
It's an honor to serve the Imperium, sir.
I did actually, Justin. And no, I haven't tried out the suit yet. What's it do?
They will quake at my shadow. Reporting for duty, sir.
Will only take me a moment.
They will reporting for duty, sir. Shadow. Eager for action, sir. Shall I get started?
Yes, yes, of course I'll help. They will never see me.
Eager for action, sir. Shall I get started?
I shall not fail.
Shall I get started?
Oh, nice, Justin. That sounds
Eager
fun.
for action, sir.
Yeah, I've just been in the do dailies cycle in SDO, so I haven't really gotten to play with any of the new stuff yet.
Shall I get started? New call, sir.
Who summons me?
Eager for action, sir.
We can handle anything you throw at us.
They will quake at
Shall
my
I
shadow.
get started?
Standing by.
I am honored that you require my skills.
I was actually debating setting up priests, but I'm not sure how useful that would be.
Initiating construction.
Oh, sure.
They will quake at my shadow.
Looks like we only got 3. That's okay. Sounds like the Marines. We'll pause for a second.
Who summons me?
Which lucky squads get
I
priests?
shall not fail.
New call, sir.
And we'll just pick the 3 in the back.
Eager for action.
Congratulations! By random chance, you 3 get priests.
Awaiting instructions.
Enjoy.
Let me preach his name! Is that the best you've got?
Target data,
New call, sir.
At my shadow.
New call, sir. Shall I get started?
My devotion is assured. Are you ready
It looks
to
like these
die
tunnels are
for
safe.
me?
We could use them just like our own base tunnels, if we can find another safe access
Let me
point.
preach his name. Let me inspire our men. I am but a humble servant.
I am on it. Of course. Will only take me a moment.
And just for safety.
Initiating construction.
Let me preach his name. Let me inspire our men. I am but a humble servant.
I mean, priests with chainsaws is just... That's just what it is, you know? As it should be. Wait. A few more seconds.
We can handle anything you throw at us. Empty the tanks!
I shall not fail.
Taking hits!
Target data, Empty the tanks! Burn them all!
Why, Sam?
Who summons me?
Of course not, Django. Why would I do that?
Standing by.
Who summons me?
Target data,
Listen, if the guard can do this, they don't need no stinking help from the Hoskin.
Who summons me?
No prisoners!
I am honored that you require my skills. The machine spirits are willing. I'll take care of it. I shall not fail.
Awaiting instruction.
Does the Baneblade? It does. Okay.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Look out! Here they come!
I shall not fail. They will quake at my shadow. I shall not fail.
It's really hard to see what's going on in this map. It is so dark. Ah, I see it. Well, I don't see it, but it's up here.
Look out! Here they come!
Okay.
Who summons me?
Where those damn tanks?
I shall not fail.
I'll take it from here.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
I'll take it from here.
Another beacon. Bring up some heavy weapons and take care of that thing.
Darkness veils your eyes and dulls your
Awaiting
senses.
instruction.
Yes, for the beacon of the deceiver.
Warm me up the
We
As you
are
wish,
like
so shall
deadly
it be done.
shadows at my shadow, hidden from your sight. Comes in shadows.
Oh, obviously Saffron. Much more so.
Rise to the occasion, men!
I always figured Dark Crusade would be one of the better ones, and we've given a lot of gameplay positives for Dark
See
Crusade.
you, the objective.
I'm not sure if it's the bulk of positives, the gameplay positives the game's gotten, but it's certainly a chunk of them.
The objective. Time to rise to the occasion, men!
Another access to the clear tunnels. Excellent.
How big this range is, so... That is a very small reveal range. Wow.
We've been overrun!
I am honored that you require my skills.
Who summons me?
Time to earn our keep. Time to earn our keep. We'll see you at the objective. Orders understood. None will escape!
Where those damn tank priests?
I am on it. I'll take care of it, Lord.
Well, not quite. Still. We're just gonna let that fall over. Because... There.
At my shadow.
Just fire the thing that does extra vehicle damage, please.
What would you have me do?
Okay.
Orders understood.
Standing by.
You have chosen wisely.
I am on it.
Okay.
What would you have me do?
Warm me on the edge of
My devotion is assured.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Hey. Hey.
Standing by.
Stop hitting our own people.
Shall be the day of glory. As soon as we beseech the machine's spirit.
Hi, Colgrim.
As soon as we beseech the
Will only
machine's
take me
spirit.
a moment.
Awaiting instructions.
Will only take me a moment.
Nope, we're on Dark Crusade.
We will ease the machine.
I know we're playing the guard,
Best
but
you've got.
These
Heal
repairs
them.
may require some time.
Jesus,
Let me inspire our men.
you couldn't inspire a sock monkey.
What would you have me do?
Why, Colgrim?
You called, sir.
Awaiting instructions.
Go, go, go.
I am on it.
Because they're the guard! I don't even understand that question. The guard are awesome. I do mean that. I do actually like playing as the guard. As I mentioned earlier, they're one of my 3 favorites.
Look out! Here they come!
I could do at least one more, but that's what, 2? Let's do 3.
Where are those damn tech priests? Awaiting instructions.
Will only take me.
See, that's funny because Necrons is my actual favorite race in this one.
What would you
Just
have
for sheer fun factor. They've got good viscerality and all that other
Reporting for
stuff, too.
duty, sir. Word.
Where are those damn tech priests?
You have chosen wisely. By the Emperor, you will have it.
It's okay, they're much worse than Soulstorm.
Present and
You know, we keep bashing Soulstorm. It's just gonna be funny when we get there. And it's like, well, this sucks. And we're done. Whoop. Back off.
Why am I scared?
Back off. Back off! God damn it, follow orders.
Easy matter for one of mine.
Really, Colgrim? I look forward to that discussion. Because I just really didn't enjoy Soulstorm myself. Now granted, big memories.
As you wish. So
We'll
shall
see how it holds up when we get there.
You have chosen. Where's our fire support? Let me inspire our men, sir. Let me inspire our men.
What are you shooting? Oh.
So shall it be
Hold
done.
out the engine mode. Thank the Emperor. Action.
Well, we'll see if we can find him.
Let me
For now, we're gonna
inspire
sweep
our
up
men.
here.
I am on it.
Where's our fire support?
Standing by. 3, 2, 1, fire!
I mean, the biggest complaint, I can tell you right now from memory, the biggest complaint I had with Soulstorm was how the campaign mode worked. Because it honestly felt like someone looked at Dark Crusade and said, what if we took that, but made it worse? And that was my biggest complaint by a large margin.
Devotion is assured.
Again, we'll see when we get there, because I haven't played Soulstorm since it came out.
You called, sir.
Why am
I honestly hope I'm wrong.
Is
I mean, I guess I always hope I'm wrong when it comes
Eager
to
for action,
negativity or negatives. Okay, so where's the next one? Ooh, okay.
It will only take me a moment.
Yeah, like Soulstorm being a patch probably would have made that a little bit more palatable.
Give us a second to get started.
Still would have been bad, but, you know, at least I didn't shell out money for it, right?
It will only take me a moment.
Very good question, Blades of All. The goal is to push through Soulstorm as the Sisters of Battle on easy, and then we'll see. That's really what that's going to boil down to. We'll see. Oh, excuse me. Dark Elder. Hang on. I need to kill Saffron really quick. Okay. Okay.
I
wasn't capable of infecting the others. We're safe.
A
What would
challenge
you have?
worthy of
Eager
my
for action,
skill.
sir.
How we hold it.
We're under fire.
Those are pariahs. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
My devotion is assured.
Well, yeah, that was kind of my next goal, but I can't. Like, I can't reach it. I have to go all the way around to reach it, or maybe I have to go here. I'm trying to find the terrain. You know what? Hang on. Let's just have.
Fire our men.
Let's just have the AI determine the terrain for us, shall we?
Devotion is assured.
Okay, so they say I can't get there. So...
Standing by.
Where, Django? I can barely read that mini-map, and honestly, this is so dark I can barely see what I'm looking at.
You have chosen
Give us a second to get started.
You have chosen wisely.
Okay, well, to the relic then. I need the relic anyways, because I want my Baneblade. Apparently I can go through here, looks like. Let's see how well defended this sucker is.
My devotion is assured.
Come
Let
on.
me inspire our men.
Come on.
Awaiting instructions.
I am on it. I shall hurry. I shall hurry.
What would you have me do?
Honestly, I'm vaguely impressed with how much masked guards are doing.
Got the blade!
I had to say something.
My devotion is assured.
Require my skills.
Thank you for reminding me. I actually need to order out because I was going to go grocery shopping yesterday, as I often do. And so on my way to visit my sister and the family, I was like, all right, cool. I'll go ahead and hit the grocery. There's a grocery store on the way there. No problem. I drive into the parking lot. The parking lot is completely empty.
Is
And
assured.
I'm just like,
Is that the best you've got?
turns out they were closed, so I didn't get groceries yesterday. The next availability I'll have to get groceries will be next Sunday. So yeah, I kind of have to order something.
Rise up and strike them down. My devotion is assured.
Warming up the engine, my
I
lord.
don't know if I'd say the Necrons are fun to fight against so much as they're, oh god, to fight against. I think is how I'd explain it.
I am honored that you require my skills.
Look out! Here they
The
come!
machine spirits are with you.
I imagine if I was fighting another player, the Necrons would be very unfun to play as.
Eager for
Or
action.
play against, excuse me, play against. But thank God I don't do any of that nonsense. Doesn't matter.
That's easy enough. Fueled and ready to go.
Charge!
Firing solution spotted.
Look out! Here they come!
I am honored that you require my skills.
You have chosen wisely.
Enforcing because they're just dying all over the place. Quote Futurama. You're dying, you cowards.
So shall it be done.
Shall I
Why
get
don't you reposition over here?
anything
We're
for
getting
the
swarmed.
Imperium? Hustle up! 1, 2, 1, you 2. Have chosen wisely. You have chosen wisely. Let me inspire our men. Best you've got.
Will only take me a moment.
Capturing it was easy. Holding it will be hard.
A challenge
You
worthy
have
of my
chosen
skill.
eager for action. Sir, what would you have me do?
Push, because there's still a base here.
Glory to the Emperor! My devotion is assured.
I probably said something that there's multiple feasible strategies for the
Eager
guard.
for action.
I suppose that's true for several factions, but I'm with Takoida. The guard are probably the best overall designed faction from a pure gameplay perspective.
Represent.
But yeah, so I heard there's this thing called a Baneblade. I don't know if you ever heard of this thing. Why are they not attacking those scarabs? Why are you not attacking those scarabs? But they're right there. I can target them.
here on, we march! What is
Look
your
out!
wish?
Here they
Why
come!
don't you just hunker in there for a minute, yeah?
My devotion is assured!
Awaiting instruction.
I am honored that you require my
No
skill.
reason, it's just, you know. Where's my Beyblade?
Instructions.
Silas gone to the high ground there, even though it matters not at all.
Glory.
Need to teleport you. Real quick. Or I could just get rid of it, but no. Go ahead and grab the priest. Well, Django's trying to...
Thank you,
I am
machine
on it.
spirit, for our safe arrival. I will ease the machine's pain.
Oh, I think I know why you're saying that, actually. How we handle it? Ugh, pariahs. I might want to get another one of these guys going up here. And by I might want to, I mean I am going to. In fact, I'm going to get 2 more going.
Where's our fire support?
Go ahead and get that camera. That's a Baneblade.
I am on it.
It's a Baneblade.
This able beast should get us there.
Standing by. I'm doing it from here.
How many guns does the Baneblade have on it?
He's spotted dying. I'll take it from here. We'll handle it.
11.
Standing by.
I don't know if that's a real number or not. I believe it.
Warming up the engine.
Heavy weapons on the field. We'll cover our men. Relocating. Position confirmed, sir.
How many Baneblades could you have? I
Nothing
believe
can get through our
1.
field of fire.
Ready to act.
Where do you want us, sir? Where do you want us, sir?
Whatever. Screw it. One more will do.
Let me inspire our men!
Yeah, we only get 1 building-sized tank of death.
That's your command.
My
so shall it
devotion
be.
is assured!
Whatever you want, we're ready.
My devotion is assured!
Sounds easy enough.
We're under fire!
We're gonna just chill for a second. Before we head south.
Let me inspire our
We're fully
men!
reinforced. Pretty sure we are.
Standing by.
Let's go ahead and pull our tech priest out. A Baneblade with a Quake cannon.
Thank you, machine spirit, for our safe
I don't know
arrival.
what to say about that.
These repairs may require some time.
Give me some lemon roosters, shall we? How many can we afford? 2? 2. Give me 2 lemon roosters.
Shall I get started? Anything for the Imperium! From the Emperor's mouth to my ears, son!
Gross.
This is it, men! The
If you're in
moment
the
of
ear play,
glory.
weirdo.
Don't fire until I say so! Go, go, go!
Hello, Luthor.
Hustle up! Fire support! 1, 2! Attack, men! Attack!
Tell the men the cavalry's arrived. Standing by. Awaiting instructions.
It's a dumb-looking tank, and yet it's just such a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Standing by.
Yeah, I can see that, Luthor.
I'll take it from here.
Yeah, exactly. It really should not be as good of a tank as it is. Here we go.
Tell the men the cavalry's arrived. Ready to win the war, sir. Where are those damn tech priests? Backbone of the guard, ready to serve. Ready to win the war, sir.
Alright, so let's scooch up here.
That's right.
The rookies.
Taking hits!
You have chosen wisely.
As you wish, so shall it be done. An easy matter for one of my skill.
Let me inspire our men. Cut them down! Let me inspire our men.
Time to rise to the occasion, men. We've got experience in these things. We'll see you at the objective. We've got experience in these things.
Standing by.
You have chosen wisely.
Awaiting instructions.
Where's our fire support?
Standing by.
By the Emperor. It's more of those monoliths.
Get a demolitions team on those things, soldier. I want them smoking heaps before they can
You
activate.
have chosen wisely.
Where's our fire support?
Gayblade's like, yeah, I got you, fam. Here, clear the field, clear the field.
Orders understood. We've got
Get in there,
experience
get in there.
in these things. Time to rise to the occasion, men.
Awaiting instructions.
Destroy everything, please.
Standing by. This shall be the day of glory. Where are those damn tech priests?
Fire. Like it is a tiny anti-personnel round. Okay, can you fire from here?
I hear the machine spirit's voice.
Nope. Wow, it's actually out of range. I'm a little shocked by
I
that.
am on it. This able beast should get us there.
Is that the best you've
And you
got?
only take me for now. I am on it.
Actually, you know what?
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Warming up the engine, my lord.
Look out! Here they come!
Oh, wow. I didn't see there was a limit of 2 lemon roses. Well, whatever.
I am on it.
My devotion is assured.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
What would you have me do?
I suppose that's true. Whoops.
You have
I will watch.
Right, it's my duty to serve.
victory is assured.
Standing ready.
It will only take me a moment.
Standing ready.
Ready to deploy.
Victory is
You're cold,
assured.
sir.
Thank you, machine spirit, for our safety. Require my skills.
Yes, TSB.
Sentinels ready to deploy.
Most older RTSs had bark spam. Pretty bad bark spam.
Down is for the dying.
Sounds easy enough. We'll cover our men.
Funny.
We'll get there as fast as we can. Ready and willing, sir. We'll get there as fast as we can.
Down is for the dying. Warming up the engine, my lord.
It will only take me a moment.
Where do you want us, sir? We'll cover our men.
There, apparently.
We're under fire.
We will lead by example.
And those are immortals, because of course they are.
Take it from here.
Really? Really? Really?
Where's our fire support?
Down is for the dying.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
What would you have me do?
I need you to disentangle from that mess here, first of all.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
More immortals, of course.
Me a moment.
Where's our fire support?
Whatever you want, we're ready.
You have chosen wisely.
Is that the best you've got?
Let me inspire our
We're
men.
under fire.
Always the guys with the plasma cannon. Same thing with the Olves.
What would you have me do?
We'll handle it.
Nothing will get through our field fire.
We'll handle it.
Is that the best you've got?
I guess south
What would you
feels
have
like
me
first.
do?
So south
Cut
it
them
is.
down!
Emperor proud.
Let me inspire our men.
I'm getting weird, conflicting information from Chad. Who do I trust? Django, who hates me and wants me to die.
What would you have?
Scion, who hates me and wants me to die. Not the greatest of options, I'm gonna be honest. You know what?
Let me inspire our men. You have chosen wisely. What would you have me do?
Well, let's just do this. Let's do this.
My devotion
We're under
is
fire!
assured.
We'll handle it.
No way.
Look out! Here they come!
It's an interesting structure. It's probably a little too sloggy for my taste, but I think that's partially just because I'm playing on hard.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
What would you have me do?
We will lead
You
by
have
example.
chosen wisely. My devotion is assured. Glory to the
Whatever you
Emperor.
want, we're ready. All guns, strike true. All guns,
What would you have?
strike true.
I will say this, I wouldn't die for the objective if I was playing this without streaming, but
Let me inspire.
just for Django,
We will lead by
we'll die for the objective.
Where's our fire support? We're on foot from here on in. You called, sir. Don't fire until I say so. Thanks for the ride.
My
Taking
devotion
hits!
is assured.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
My devotion is assured.
Down for the dying.
My devotion is assured.
Where's our fire support?
Let me inspire our men. What would you have me
You
do?
called, sir.
We'll handle
My devotion is assured. You have chosen wisely. You have chosen
As you wish,
wisely.
so shall it be done.
I never claimed it. Whoops.
Must
whatever.
pay for this defeat. What would you have me do?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know the routine? What would you have me do?
We've got
every
experience in
soldier
these
for
things.
himself!
We'll see you the objective.
Must pay for this defeat!
every soldier for himself! Time to earn our
hits!
We've got experience in these things.
Let me
What, dying?
inspire
Yes,
our men!
sir. You called, sir. Time for payback.
My devotion
On
is
standby. Time to
assured!
strike back hard. You called, sir. Retreat again and I'll shoot you, cowards. Time to strike back hard.
Okay.
That was a close one.
As you wish, so shall it be done. I'll take care of
Under
it.
fire!
You have chosen
You called, sir.
wisely!
I think by some miracle we didn't lose any full squads in that. Lost a lot of individuals, but I mean, lives don't matter. We all know that.
We'll make the Emperor proud. We live by example.
It's no good. We can't hold them.
Let me inspire our men!
I am on it.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
My devotion is assured! You have chosen wisely!
Down for the die.
I mean, yeah, literally, they are J. Palmer. They have more health. Literally is.
What would you have me do?
Shall I get started?
I am on it.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
I
Is
am
that
on
the
it.
best
What would
you've
you
got?
My skill.
Shall I get started?
Let me inspire our men!
I'd give my life if that's what's asked. You called,
Oh,
sir.
you mean this one?
It will only take
I actually
me
thought you meant this one. Well, I'm already capturing this one, so I'm going to finish capturing this one. Oh, I get why you're saying that. At least I think I do.
I shall hurry.
We'll take a minute and let everyone lick their wounds. Literally, because we can't afford band-aids for the guard. Sorry.
Whatever you want.
I am on it. Initiating construction. I shall hurry.
Way.
Sure thing, boss.
Which faction do I find annoying from constant unit talking?
Assured!
Chaos.
Eager for action, sir.
We'll make the Emperor proud.
Me inspire
Chaos
our
is
men.
just awful
Understood.
with the spam. Like, they're all kind of bad to some extent or other, except for the Necrons. But just, oh, Chaos is the
called,
worst.
sir.
I suppose Dark Elder would actually be worse. True, Fulgrim. And of course, I forget who it is, but witness your doom gets a little old.
Of course.
That's right, Psyker.
The machine spirits are willing.
Is that the best you've got?
Failure is the weakness of the enemy.
Taking hits!
Barrels! We'll make the Emperor proud.
Shall I get started?
I am on it.
Eager for action, sir. You shall have your prize.
I am on it. These repairs may require some
We
time.
will lead by example.
You got this, Ben.
Another vegan.
Bring up some heavy weapons and take care of that thing.
Time itself
We're under
bends
fire!
to the will of the Catan fools. Come before the Chronometron beacon and be frozen into the stillness of death.
On my mark!
Oh.
What would you have me do? What would you have me do?
We'll handle it.
You have
Another
chosen
access to the cleared tunnels.
wisely.
Excellent.
Cut them down!
Oh my god.
Devotion is assured.
Oh my god. I don't know, Django.
Devotion is assured.
We're gonna lose our Bane Blades, I think.
Wisely.
Whatever you want, we're ready.
Oh my god.
What would you have me do?
Okay.
Look out! Here they come!
Oh, I think we're just gonna rely on the Bane Blade for this one. Lost my dude, too.
Let me inspire our men!
Van Lemon Russes. Where are Van Lemon Russes?
Secrets of the machine.
Huh.
I am honored that you require my skills.
We're under fire!
I thought they're just still holding this point. Imagine, Ludo. Why don't you just
From
head
the
down
Emperor's
here?
mouth to my ears, son. Is that a best inspire our men? What would you have me do?
Thank you, machine spirit, for applying my skills.
Eager for action, son. Victory is assured.
We'll handle it.
We're gonna be here in a minute.
I am honored that you require my skills.
No, yeah, we lost him somewhere in the line. I'm not sure how, I'm not sure why.
So shall it be done.
What is your wish? I stand ready to serve the Emperor.
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Look out! Here they come! It's ours. Best we remain on our toes.
Of course.
I know, right? Dakota.
Machine spirits are
Alright, take the tunnels. Are you sure? Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
As
Okay.
you wish, so shall it be done.
You say so, sir.
Is assured.
I am honored that you require my skills.
We did it, sir.
Are you gonna...
As you wish, so shall it be done.
Or not?
Initiating construction.
Where is his will needed? You honor me.
We will, sir. Shall I get started?
All these people are permanently deaf, by the way.
I shall see to it personally, sir.
We'll handle it. Failure
I
is
am
the
on it.
weakness
We're under
of the
fire!
enemy.
It will only take me a moment.
By the Emperor, it will be done.
Thank
I
you,
am on
machine spirit, for our safe I shall hurry. I'll take care of it, Lord. The machine spirits are willing.
Whatever you want,
Okay. I think we did finally blow up the damn thing. Jesus.
we will lead by example.
We'll see you at the objective.
I am on it. An easy matter for one of my skills. It will only take me a moment.
My devotion is
Eager for
assured.
action, sir. You called, sir. Where's our fire
It will only
support?
take me a moment. Of course. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Really? Building a listening post is worthy of your skills? Yeah, at this point, I'm getting so much conflicting information in chat, I'm just kind of raising an eyebrow. We're gonna save before we do anything. I'm not that crazy.
I am on it.
Oh, gotcha.
Taking hits!
It will only take me a moment. I am on it.
And we're gonna repair our Baneblade because our Baneblade took a couple of hits.
Awaiting instructions.
Let's see if we can even survive the trip.
We'll be off as soon as
I
the
am
fuel
honored
arrives.
that you require my skills.
Doubt is for the
We will
dying.
serve. Where's our fire
We'll make the
support?
Emperor proud.
You have chosen wisely.
It will only take me a moment. A challenge worthy of my skill.
Look out! Here they come!
I didn't even see where it died. I was looking at other things. God, it died in 5 seconds.
I am on it.
Sure, good thing I'm already building a mechanized command over here. I mean, yeah, they like to just have roaming immortals on this map, I've noticed. I'd say it's like they knew, but I'm pretty sure it's that way regardless of who you're playing. And it's not like that would do anything to, for example, the orcs.
I will ease the machine's pain.
That's one way to receive materials. Just open up the entire building there. Or
ready to transport our men.
Where's our fire support?
Standing by. Where are those damn tech priests?
Yeah, I almost never used vehicles as orcs.
Understood.
Obviously, the
Devotion is assured.
so we've already shown off how the war trucks can be useful, and looted tanks can be very good at base sweeping. Yep, immortals. That's what I thought.
Nothing will get through our field of fire.
I will walk from here. I will do as you ask.
Down is for the dying. We will lead.
Still repairing the Baneblade. Yeah, Lemon Russ is back.
Ready to act.
You have chosen wisely.
I am on it.
We'll handle it.
I am honored that you require my skills. I am honored that you require my skills. A challenge worthy of my skill.
By example.
My devotion is assured.
Time to earn our keep. Orders
My
understood.
devotion is assured.
Where's our fire support?
We will lead by example.
What would you have me do?
Time to earn our keep.
We'll handle it. As you command, so shall it be. Tell the men the cavalry's arrived. Whatever you want, we're ready.
You have chosen wisely. A chance to prove our
Now, rank is kind of a strange thing since they're completely different branches.
Damn it!
It'd be like asking if a naval captain outranks a army colonel, which
Is that a
Let
best
me
you've
inspire
got?
our men.
why are we even fighting this thing? Stop fighting that. I wasn't actually trying to fight it.
Time to earn our keep.
I'll explain why his health isn't going up.
We live by
What would you have me
example
do?
and duty.
Time to earn our keep. Time to earn our keep.
We'll make the Emperor proud. Oh, you'll not find us lacking, sir. Warming up the engine, my lord.
What would you have me do?
We're under fire!
My devotion is assured.
Down is for the dying.
Let me inspire our men. Let me inspire our men.
We will lead by example.
I am on it.
I will
Let
walk
me
now. Inspire our men.
Awaiting instructions.
My devotion is assured.
Before we do anything, we are, as predicted, gonna save. Okay.
Where are those damn tech priests?
My devotion is assured.
Where are those damn tech priests? Down is for the dying.
You have chosen
Eager for action,
wisely.
sir.
Following orders.
What would
See you
you
around,
have
Justin.
me do?
Have a good lunch. Or else.
Cut them
Ready
down!
to act. Whatever you want, we're ready. We live by example and duty.
Ironically, I was pulling the people out to specifically not body block.
Where's our fire support?
Now they're body block.
It's an honor to
What
serve the
would
Emperor.
happen? Shall I get started? Eager for action. So, let me inspire our men.
Over the Emperor's ground. Where those damn tech...
I will walk now.
Saved and
Let me
understood.
inspire our men.
That's it. The bomb is set. Back to the surface, men, on the double.
Fools, you will never leave these catacombs. Our technologies are fully active again, and your deaths are now
Must pay
certain.
for this defeat.
All machines serve the Catan in the end. Bring your vehicles before the beacon of the Void Dragon, and watch as they turn against you.
I will walk devotion is assured. Where's our fire support?
You know, I'd say there's something really cynical about the fact that you only have to get one unit out alive, but whatever.
My lord, the living are escaping. My lord, the living have...
Oh no, we need to escape. And we're out.
The terrifying battle through the underground labyrinth of the Necron catacombs cost the Liberators dearly. The implacable foe claimed scores upon scores of lives, notably wiping out 4th Company's 2nd and 5th platoons. But when the smoke cleared from the great detonation which collapsed the catacombs, a great cheer arose from the survivors. In several places, the ancient structures of the Necron tomb world emerged from the desert. Father Martel, confessor to the governor and the de facto archdeacon of Cronus, ultimately condemned these as heretical blights, which continued to corrupt all those who spent time near them. Governor Militant Alexander took his words to heart and had his men use further bombs to reduce all ruins to rubble or bury them under tons of sand.
We did it. Alright, one moment. Let's get away from this flickery mess, shall we? Okay, fine, I'll tab for 5 seconds. Hey, there's a Justified streamination that went live this morning. It's weird that it tells me that. Alright, so let's do the worst ending first. These are pretty short, but I gotta get it set up really quick because it's really finicky. Come on. So we're gonna just do this, and it's gonna be very janky for a second.
By the end of the Second Cronus War, the foul banner of the Word Bearers flew across the entire planet. The very Earth cracked with the foul energies unleashed there. Warp storms racked the sky, and demons...
I want you to know that while I'm playing this YouTube video, I am in such a habit of doing the little mouse thing to prevent the flickering, that I was doing the mouse thing on a YouTube video.
Spread across the land, where once a prosperous colony had stood. A foul demon world burned like a canker in the void. Black cathedrals rose in all its cities, and the entire population either converted to the blasphemous faith of Chaos Undivided or became fodder for its blood sacrifices. The loss of a single world and a few 100 million souls would soon pale in comparison to Eliphaz's next acts, however. Soon after his final victory on Cronus, sorcerers called forth legions of demons and other foul beasts, while Chaos fleets appeared from the warp. Cronus became the launching point for a campaign of conquest that would cut through much of Ultima Segmentum as it drove toward Holy Terra itself. The war for Cronus was but the dawn of the Imperium's darkest day.
Then the Eldar one.
The alien mind is strange and mysterious, and Farseer Taldir proved this once again upon her conquest of Cronus. The Eldar had broken all who stood before them, driving back men, alien, and heretics alike. Cronus was theirs. However, instead of securing their hold on the world, or enacting some final gambit, they simply vanished, like the ghosts of legend. The Eldar returned to their ship, the Vision of Lilith, which evaded all attempts to track its exit from the Cronus system. Taldir left behind her a planet in anarchy, littered with the corpses of her enemies, and destined to become a lawless backwater for centuries to come. Perhaps that had been her intention all along. Perhaps Cronus itself, and the warlords who might have arisen there, were the threat Taldir had long foreseen and finally defeated. The truth, like the Farseer's ultimate fate, remains a mystery. With the last alien bastion broken, Governor Militant Alexander stood as the uncontested ruler of Cronus, and a hero to his men. Even faced with the opposition of the Blood Ravens, the governor carried out his orders and received his rewards. Indeed, Segmentum Command ordered the Liberators to remain on Cronus during a pacification period, and then to ship out to the next conflict zone. Governor Alexander would remain behind to rule in the God Emperor's name. Large numbers of tech priests arrived on Cronus to oversee a massive campaign of public works, bringing with them the huge resources needed. In return, they gained permission to resume study of the Hellstorm cannon in Victory Bay, hoping to return it to the Emperor's service. As for the Liberators, Governor Alexander promoted Captain Vash to Colonel and placed him in command. With the regiment still loyal to him, a planet at his command, and the tech priests of Mars in his debt, Lucas Alexander had begun his rise as a power to be reckoned with in this sector of the galaxy.
And then they fire the cannon right there while he's standing in front of it. Oh, we already saw this one.
By the end of the Dark Crusade, with the last enemy beaten, Gorgut's horde reigned supreme on Cronus. The warlord had draped himself in the cruel glory of the orcs, being hailed as the Headhunter, the Rage Streamer, the Blood Spiller, the Death Killer, the Daemon Killer, the Gun Smasher, and the Ghost Killer. The Orcish horde proceeded to pillage the planet to build their next invasion fleet. Gorguts himself set off at the head of that fleet, but Cronus remained an orc-infested world. And the warlord regularly returned there to gather forces for his next conquest. With such a fertile base of operations, the warlord would cut a swath through the Imperium's eastern fringe and the Tau Empire for years to come. With the last enemy stronghold broken, the Tau hold on Cronus became secure once again. The task force sent from the Tau homeworld remained on the planet to secure it, and soon thereafter, further waves of settlers and colonists arrived from across the Empire. The humans left on Cronus found life increasingly difficult for them. Many had embraced the Imperial return, and now found themselves subject to re-education or other penalties. Intensive colonization by Tau and Kroot led to a rapid demographic swing, with the human population dwindling to less than 5% a decade after the Dark Crusade. Although no public announcements were ever made to this effect, it seems clear that human births on Cronus also dropped precipitously. In part, this is due to the single-gender re-education camps imposed by the Tau. But it is also possible that the alien powers undertook some form of sterilization project, all for the so-called greater good. Whatever the truth, when Cronus was admitted as a full sept of the so-called Third Sphere, its human population was but a footnote.
And last one.
After many long and bloody battles, the Blood Ravens finally completed their purge of the planet Cronus. The battle barge Litany of Fury remained in close orbit, imposing a strict prohibition on any visits to the world, while the Fifth Company maintained the Castellum Incorruptus in North Vandia. The Imperial Guard Segmentum Command lodged protest for the Blood Ravens' actions, reporting them to the Inquisition. The Blood Ravens successfully defended their actions, convincing their interrogators that General Alexander should have bowed to the Blood Ravens' orders and withdrawn. Nevertheless, the Inquisition kept a watchful eye on the chapter, for the rumors of hoarded relics never fully abated. Likewise, many in the Guard's command structure never forgot the blood shed on Cronus. And indeed, the darkest time in the chapter's history began soon after the war's end.
Happy ending for all, as you can see. There's no hoarded relics in Dawn of War 2. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. Let's see here. Just really quick before we move forwards. So we're at here on story. And here on gameplay. So this is it at the end of DC. Certainly a lot of negatives down here, but I think it's overall still leaning towards net positive. Which means, naturally, it's time to play Soulstorm.
Damn them! Fight for all you're worth, soldiers! We've got to win this!
Sisters! Fight by my side!
That's it? That's your opening cinematic? Like, the first game had a fairly cliched thing, but it was still, like, interesting and gave you an idea what you were getting into. And then, of course, you had, like, Crusades, which was kind of awesome and terrifying. But, like, that? Okay, let's make sure everything's set to correct here. A little bit. Oh. A little bit. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. Well, so here's what we're gonna do. First, well, first there's this nonsense.
It was the sudden appearance of a warp storm at the Kaurava system's outer edge that first caught the attention of the Imperium, and not just the Imperium. After hundreds of years under the neglectful watch of the Imperial Guard, nearly every force in the galaxy would descend upon the planet of Kaurava, bent only on domination and victory. 3 races had long dwelled in there. The Imperial Guard, its supposed rulers, the Orc tribes of Kaurava II, which the Guard had never successfully put down, and the Necron, who had slept undisturbed for untold millennia beneath Kaurava III. Where the Chaos Marines came from, or how, none can say. Did the Warp Storm bring them, or did they bring the Warp Storm? Both appeared suddenly on Kaurava IV, and in an eye blink, half the system's Imperial forces were gone, killed or claimed by the madness of chaos. In quick succession, the others flocked to Kaurava. The Space Marines, the Imperium's super soldiers, descended on Kaurava II, planning to finally cleanse the system, both of the troublesome Orcs and the Chaos Marines, the sworn mortal enemies. The Tau appeared next, not far above, on one of the planet's moons. In the interests of protecting its ordered empire from the effects of human folly, the Tau came seeking to contain the Warp Storm, and in so doing, expand the territory's border. On their moon, they built a mighty fortress, and there forged a space cannon capable of interplanetary devastation. Among the wastes of Kaurava III, the Necrons, perhaps awakened by the disruptive forces of the Warp Storm, slowly massed their lethal legions. In quick response, webway gates, long unused, flickered to life, and Eldar poured forth, ready to battle their dark, death-dealing adversaries. Meanwhile, in the shadow of an ancient portal gate, the Dark Eldar slipped stealthily out of the murky depths of the webway. They would be like carrion birds, flying above the battlefield, and when all were weary from the fight, make the battlefield into a feasting ground. Last to arrive, and perhaps most to be feared, were the Sisters of Battle, holy maidens and bearers of the God Emperor's faith. They had come to cleanse the system of corruption and filth. Their faith left them fanatical, unafraid of death and zealous in their cause. Nothing here was clean. All must be purged. Now, war rages anew, and only the victorious may write their history. Only the victorious will claim the planets of Kaurava.
There's actually a term for this kind of thing. It's called an excuse plot. This is an excuse plot. Even that was too slow. Like, you'll notice there is no actual plot here, too, right? It's just, we're all here to fight. Why? Because we're here to fight. Okay?
Sega.
Like, if you really want to strap it down, the plot is Chaos is invaded. And that's kind of it. So, these guys suck. They're the worst faction in the universe. Any questions? So let's start with this. The map is more of a mess. You'll notice there's a lot more provinces than there were back in Dark Crusade. Yeah, no faction intro. There's a lot more... There's no story here. There's no story here. There's an actual absence of story. But anyways, so, there's more provinces, which is already bad. And they're laid out in this whole cross-planetary thing, which I'm just going to tell you right now is going to make this a lot more sloggy than it probably should be. You may or may not also notice that several people already start off relatively well entrenched, and... well, there's only certain ways to bounce between the planets thanks to connecting points, and you get the idea. The map is also much more cramped, so let's talk about map design. Actually, let's just talk about visual design for just a second. So, of course, people in chat are getting there before me, but I'm still going to say it. The point here being that when you're designing something to be readable, which is, of course, the purpose of a map, what you need to do is you need to make sure to have a nice, decent portion of it dedicated towards the function of the map, not the style of the map. There's nothing wrong with having a stylized map. I will use Oblivion, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, as my personal favorite example of a stylized map that is still very, very functional. You know, it is still something that you can look at and read and understand. Look at how tiny that crap is. The numbers and the icons and the provinces are postage stamps. Actually, in some cases, and this is not a joke, some of these are actually smaller than postage stamps on my very screen. But also look at how little space on the screen is devoted towards the actual function of the map. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I actually was to math this out, like even if we count each of the planets as functional map size, which isn't quite true, but even if we were to do that, I'm pretty sure that we're looking at less than half of the screen is devoted to the map. Look at the giant chunk of space that is devoted to the Soulstorm over there in the lower left. And nearly a third, I'd say at least a quarter of the map is dedicated to just space and the star in the upper left. This is a mess. It's also too bright. We've got two very bright things, which just gets in the way of everything. Is Skyrim's map better? No. But what we have here is this is legitimately a bad map, and this is the kind of situation where we will absolutely be giving negatives for map design, because there's just this random gauge on the left which shows like the system and like the planet thing and little random gray gauges. None of that means anything. That is literally filler. Again, there's nothing wrong with having a stylized map, but look at how much of the real estate is devoted towards pure style in comparison to the part of it that's actually functional. And yeah, notice that instead of seeing the hero units, we have those random dots. Now we do have
the single-player campaign of Dawn of War Soulstorm. These tutorial windows will guide you through the first 2 turns of play and introduce key features of the Dawn of War campaign mode. Your goal is to conquer all 4 planets of the Kaurava system. Each planet is made up of multiple territories which you will conquer one at a time. The campaign map is your primary interface for directing your troops' strategic moves. Individual battles are fought on the smaller-scaled battle map. This province is your stronghold or home territory. It is from here that you are launching your conquest of the Kaurava system. If your stronghold is ever conquered, you will be pushed out of the planetary system and lose the campaign. Since this is the first turn, this is the only territory you currently control. The enemy factions each have their own strongholds, identified by banners on the campaign map. To win the campaign and make the entire Kaurava system yours, you must conquer all 8 enemy strongholds. The icon of your commander indicates the current position of your main army. You can only attack a destination that can be reached from the province where your army is, so its position on the map defines your options. The enemy factions each have armies of their own, and also can only attack adjacent territories. Some of your enemies may have powers that allow them to move in different ways, so be wary.
Anyways, you'll notice that our map coloring mode barely improves anything. Look at that. That's not great. That is not great.
These arrows show you where your army can move or attack. By playing the Dark Eldar, you possess the ability to travel freely between ancient gates. In fact, you are the only faction that has an ancient in your base. These ancient artifacts allow travel between the planets of the Kaurava system. While other races travel certain paths using the ancient gates, you can travel from any ancient gate province to any other ancient gate province. Traveling between these gates is not different than traveling between territories normally. However, take note that you will have to fight whoever owns the gate province you are traveling to. Conquer enemy strongholds to obtain their racial powers added to your own.
I will admit I like the idea of racial powers. Basically, you get 1 bonus on the strategic layer, which is this, for what faction you're playing. So, yay. You notice Chaos just swept this entire planet. Jeez Louise. Up there we've got the Eldar. Over there we got the Necros. Way over there, barely clickable, is the Guard. We're currently fighting the Sicious Battle. The Blood Ravens have almost nothing to start with, which is funny. And there's the Olks. And there's the Tau. So, let's just do a random battle, shall we?
This screen shows you the forces you are leading
Shut up.
into an attack.
Well, no, it's the strategic layer, J. Palmer. There is no strategic layer to Warcraft 3. Heh. Too true, Zion. So these are the Dark Eldar.
I do your bidding. Horror. Where? Horror. I go.
And that's all you really need to know about the Dark Eldar. Really. Yeah, spikes and everything. They have a tortured slave who's cowering in pain. The hero is kind of crap. He can get incubi. You can harvest soul essence from the battlefield, which I believe is what we use for our spells here, if I'm not mistaken. Soulstorm obviously costs quite a bit. He's shuddering in pain, yes, Hunter. Yeah, these are not pleasant people.
Follow me.
Go attack someone. So this mission is going to last right up until my food starts arriving, at which point we're going to chop off for lunch, and then never play the Dark Eldar ever again. And I do mean ever. Are they more evil than the Necrons? I suppose that's a point of view thing, but yes, they are totally the most evil thing in this setting. They are messed up and gross. That's it. Nothing else to add to that.
Death.
There's also a lot of growth in the map. Because of course there is. So, that's a brickwork positive we're not giving. Yeah, the Necrons are just here to kill you. The Dark Eldar, they actually would rather you not die.
No! Not the whip!
Not much. That's not very, comforting, Scion.
Okay.
Yeah, the voice actors for the Dark Eldar are a little bit too good at what they do.
We are Hellion! No death! Flying death! Speed!
So,
Bringer of death!
this is kind of the Dark Eldar's biggest shtick. Mobility. In this game, specifically. I'm not talking about in tabletop or lore or anything else. They have fast units that usually tend towards the new hover mechanic.
Speed! Speed and death! Skyboards! Dispatch!
They can be irritating. It's sad that I can't tell some of these. Now we have to build a slave chamber because that's what provides entertainment for our troops.
Speed and death! Death from above!
Pretty sure every race got at least one new hovercraft unit, but like the orcs get that terrible plane. Yeah, we're just not gonna do that.
Light and make!
Yes.
There's some soul essence, which we could harvest.
Next.
The Feudaboma, that's it. Oh, hey, food's on the way. I'll give it a couple more minutes. So we also have the jet bike, the raider, the raven, all this fun stuff. But the Deus of Destruction is admittedly the funny one. I want you to picture Jabba's barge from Return of the Jedi. And now you've successfully understood what the Deus of Destruction is. I should probably mention the Dark Eldar are also Protoss. They don't have to sit and build. They can just move on. Yep, that's the Dark Eldar right there. You select a building and what you hear is screaming, horrible agony.
There is much terror to bring.
I hate playing. I actually pushed through a campaign of Chaos over in Dark Crusade. I have never successfully managed to play through the Dark Eldar, and I never will. No offense, Scion, but you can't pay me enough to play these jackasses. Yeah, they're also kind of irritating to play as, which is the main reason I'm trying to show this off as quickly as I possibly can. I want you to imagine the idea of a hit-and-run race. Now I want you to imagine that you fail miserably at designing a hit-and-run race. And that's the Dark Eldar. They suck.
Speed! Bringer of death!
Yeah, the Sisters, which we'll be playing as more primarily, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Infiltrators. There's our homunculus, which is our secondary.
My Reaver Deathbite is pure pain, and nothing can outrun me.
So yeah.
Swift
I'm not joking when I say they really lean into the hover thing.
Engines running!
So they're fast. They got that going. You know, it's not very often we give a negative for viscerality, but I think this qualifies. I'd say any objections, but I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't care if you object. Just this once.
Reaver jetpack! Going!
Only after great pain.
The lights of their ranks!
We are on the final expansion, Soulstorm, Friscoborn. So yeah, we got some stealth, we got some other stuff. I don't think we're going to get to the next upgrade phase. There's viscerality, and there's the Dark Eldar. So the Raider is something where you're supposed to you build a unit, vehicle. It's the Chimera but faster. Let's just call it what it is. We're only doing one Friscoborn. And you dump stuff on it. It runs around and they shoot. It's a frickin' skiff. The Raven is I don't actually know what that is off the top of my head. Okay, Udor. It's hard to explain in broad sweeping strokes why these guys suck. So I'm gonna have to ask you to trust me on this when I say that these guys kind of suck to play as. And not just because of all the gross factor. They're a notably subpar faction. It's kind of like Chaos, honestly. So, negative for the Dark Eldar. And now we'll break for lunch.